Is that one of them? Yeah, I've read that book many moons ago, and yeah, it's just like his own take on a slightly tweaked version of paleo. And now I believe that same guy is into keto, so you can understand why I don't really take much stock in any one system. I take it back to grassroots, because I don't deal with NASA pilots or fucking elite SEAL teams and stuff like that, which is where a lot of this stuff essentially comes from. When it's take keto or ketones, that was developed for high-end performance people and is now filtered down and being sold as a magical pill to the ordinary person on the street who, you know.
Mark is the guy who convinced me to spend $1,600 on this device called a chili bed, which is like an overlayment for your bed, and it pumps in either hot or cold water, and it gets you down to the ideal temperature range to increase, the stages of sleep.
Well, I live in Scotland, so I don't have that problem. Either I sleep butt naked anyway, and it's either a blanket or no blanket, window open or window not open.
The thing, JK, that I would say about Aubrey de Grey is he really has a long-term focus. He's boiled down aging into 7 buckets, and they only focus in on 1 or 2 of them, Senolytics being the big one. But he'll leave, cardiac and cancer to other institutions. He's focused primarily on Senolytics.
Yeah, I just looked up Aubrey there. I do know him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the guy I was thinking about. Yeah, smart dude, interesting, and I like his approach to things as opposed to the more technological, shall we say. I like the biological approach.
Yeah, what Aubrey says is really fascinating. Like, if we came out with a cure for cancer and cardiac events, it would only extend health span or lifespan by 3 years. So that's the problem with aging. You sort of have to get after all of it, and you have to tackle the toughest one. So he says he's about 10 years away from all 7 of those reasons for aging and ultimately dying. But 10 years from having suitable rejuvenation therapies, which will basically grant you another year of life. And so for each year that it grants, your year of aging will neutral out. And in 15 years, you'll pretty much be able to reverse aging.
Yeah, okay, the more you speak about him, the more I do know about this guy. And yeah, I have the highest respect for him in his field, for sure. He's way more knowledgeable than I will ever be. My only hang-ups with these types of things is when these people get kind of laser focused on reversing the natural process. I believe that only leads to pain and misery for the human race in the future. Personally, I get why people would want to live forever or turn their biology backwards on itself, but me, not so much.
Well, it's controversial, sure, but the mere fact that we all fall over dead at the age of 60, more like 70 in the 80s, is interesting because all of those cumulative disease states catch up to us, and all he's saying is, hey, we can go in and wash out those cells that are no longer operating correctly at an earlier stage, and you can have quality lifespan and health span if you attack all 7 at the same time.
Yep, I agree with that.
My goal is to win the centenarian Olympics and have the biological age of 60 when I do it. So we'll see if I can get there.
Go pick up a book called Still Healthy at 100. If you want to learn about centenarians, it's called Still Healthy at 100. Yeah, pick that up, read that.
Yeah, we're scheduled to go to Peter Attia, who is really a practitioner of longevity, and he's down in Dallas now. I guess he still has an office in San Diego, or maybe he closed it down, but he had an office in New York City, and his whole practice doesn't accept insurance. It's just a boutique practice, and he focuses in on aging and specific recommendations as to what you can do to be, quote, healthy. And oddly enough, like his big thing now is like strength, right? Your core body strength. And that's because accidents account for about 20% of all death. And
Yeah.
he's got it down to, once you lose your hand strength, if you slip, instead of being able to grab onto something and prevent yourself from injury, you crash. So he's a big proponent of hand strength in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I've been teaching that stuff for God knows how long now. An analogy I use is if you trip and you have to catch yourself against the wall and you don't have flexible wrists, you've got a wrist injury. Sometimes when I go over on my ankle on a curbstone or something like that, something that would snap another person's ligament or maybe tendon, it doesn't bother me, and it shouldn't bother most people. But it's just most people are locked into a very fixed way of moving. There's very few dimensions to that movement, and therefore the body calcifies and becomes dysfunctional. I've been trying to preach this stuff for a long time, gentlemen. I mean, I wrote a blog on the myofascia in the body years ago and showed it to a few folk, academics, and they're like, blah, 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 pseudoscience. Oh, lo and behold, a few years later, you can now put micro cameras under the skin. You can see not just the myofascia, but the rest of the fascia transmitting electrical signals and so on and so forth. Yeah, this is old hap for me.
Peter was the guy who convinced me to buy a HEX bar. Isn't it funny? I now invest in HEX. But so HEX bar deadlifts are like the best thing to build core body strength.
Not best, but they're good. Yeah, they're good. There's way better things you can do with your body, just your body, to improve. See, core strength is, again, God, I could go on for hours, guys. But core strength is one of those very misused terms. You ask even a professional to define what the core is or what core strength is, and they can't really do it. But yeah, don't get me wrong, hex bar, I would have one in my gym if I could. It's just not on the list for now. But yeah, I love hex bars. Hex bars is a good way to deadlift because it's side by side, what we would call a suitcase deadlift style. Much safer on your frame. You can get a better center of gravity than lifting it from the front. It's just generally safer. But standard deadlifts are fine if you do them right, But you see people going, oh, don't deadlift. Like, well, stop teaching people to do it wrong then. Don't tell them not to do it. Figure out how to do it right and then teach people to do it right. But yeah, I love the hex bar. It's one of my favorite bars to use, and I will get one.
I mean, the simple point is, you can do all the cardio that you want, but if you don't build your core body strength through whatever means, then you're not doing it correctly. So you got to do, a little bit of core muscle training.
Think structural strength.
Right.
Think structural strength rather than core strength, Because, well, what is your core? Tell me, what is your core?
Well, for me, it's my abdominal muscles, my thigh muscles.
Right, let me stop you there.
My shoulder, my back in particular. I've had 2 laminectomies. So for me, That's like the weakest part of my body. But I'm
Yes, I
having
mean, you're
trouble
getting
hearing
close.
because I'm going to go on mute.
No problem, man. Right, so, I mean, if we want to talk about core and break it down to the core, essentially, we want to really oversimplify, it's your spine, all right, and everything else that comes off of that. Your core is basically everything, all right? It has to all work together in unison. You can have the strongest spine in the world, but if your hips are out of alignment, forget about it. You're like a bad stack of plates, all right? Think about a big stack of plates. You push them, they wobble, they don't fall. But you pull one of those plates out a bit, you push them again, they all collapse, all right? So that's similar to the human body in that sense. I use that analogy. I stole it from someone else and made it better. So it's, this is why I don't core training. Like the classic is people go for their abs. Abs are an exterior muscle, not a core muscle. Okay. For a start, if we want to think about core muscles as being at the core of the body. All right. But just for anyone listening, if you're thinking about core strength, think about spine strength. That's why, for instance, hex bar deadlifts are good, because they work your spine if you do them right, as well as legs, arms, shoulders, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, anyway, I won't just rant on and on. I'll let people ask whatever questions they may have.
How do you get to the point where you confident enough in the topic to be able to go and train other people in it? I mean, did you go to school for it, or is it just something that, hey, I've been studying it since I was a kid, and this is my personal experience that I'm imparting onto others? Or how did you gain your knowledge base to be able to confidently impart that upon other people for a price?
Well, I've been studying the human body for almost 30 years now. I have an extreme passion for it. I've picked up qualifications, obviously, in physical training. And I don't know, I would need to pull my folder out to read them off to you. Psychology, acupuncture, a whole bunch of things. But the main thing is actually practical use. I've been doing it practically for a very long time. Discovered that I had a knack because I'm a super nerd. I'm an absolute super nerd about these things. I kind of fell into it, really. I've not trained as a physio or anything like that, but trust me, I do a lot of shit that physios can't do, including what an £80,000 physiotherapist at a Scottish Premiership team wasn't able to do. I could spot guys. I was able to spot, watch a player, scout a player, tell the team what injury was going to get and when it was going to happen, and I had 100% hit rate until the physio got me fired.
Are you familiar with Dr. Longo?
That doesn't ring a bell, no, sorry.
I'll get you his book. I'll put it in the chat.
Cool, man. I'll have a look. Or you might be better to shoot me in a DM, mate, because I think if you post random links in the chat, you might get yourself barred.
Will do.
That was fascinating, guys. DG, I've been thinking about intermittent fasting. How do you do it? I'd like to hear.
Real simple, my friend. I don't set a specific time at all. All right. Apart from anything else, there's the kind of one golden rule is, generally it takes 30 days to build a habit. All right. So maybe within that period, it's good to stick to a time. It depends how you work. For me, I tend not to eat after 9 o'clock. Tend not to, but again, I don't restrict. I'm not in this world to restrict my freedom, shall we say? Let's just put it that way. Not even in diet. So I tend not to eat after 9 o'clock, and then usually today being one of those exceptions, because I'm not, I'm not going to ignore what my body's telling me. And if it's telling me to eat, then I need to eat. But I always try with water first, because 9 times out, or not 9, sorry, throwing random numbers out there. But often you think you're hungry, but really you're just dehydrated. You need water. So you always try water first for 10 minutes. Give it 10 minutes. You're still hungry. Okay. But generally 9 o'clock till 2 o'clock the next day, however many hours that is, I don't know. But again, I'm not like, oh, I can't eat. Oh, I can't eat.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I hear that. That's good advice with the water. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I tried doing it recently. Yesterday, I just had one. Well, I had a nice breakfast very late, and then another bigger meal than usual, and that just totally did me. And then today, yeah, it does change, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm gonna try that water thing for sure. That's great. Cheers.
One of the things I learned is that your brain cannot tell the difference between hunger and thirst. So,
sorry, I get cut off there for some reason.
What DG was saying is very appropriate, though it takes me 20 minutes to be satiated if in fact I'm thirsty. The other thing is with intermittent fasting, for me, anything less than a 20-hour fasting period seems not to work for me. But as long as you eliminate carbs, especially the refined carbs, you should have very little hunger, if any. And I often find, since I'm a practitioner of OMAD and intermittent fasting, that I have to force myself to eat. I have to remind myself to eat. And that's the only dietary plan that works, in my opinion.
When you say I dropped back in and I got kicked out or whatever it was by the internet. You say 20 hours is what works for you in regards to what, Pepe? What do you mean?
So my cortisol levels tend to spike at about 6 p.m. every night for reasons unknown to me. And in order to keep my
relatively natural.
Yeah, but so they've been measured, and if I'm on a 20-hour cycle or more, obviously if I can go 23 hours, that's wonderful. But cortisol is my enemy. So that appears to tamp it down more effectively. 14 hours doesn't work for me. I guess I'm so metabolically damaged at my age that you really need to get to some more extreme time frame to have the impact you're seeing.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're getting any specifics there then, and you're talking about not so much intermittent fasting as actual fasting when you go that length. What they call intermittent fasting is tends to be a 12 to 14, maybe 12 to 16 hour period. That's kind of what I'm addressing when I'm asked about it. I'm addressing what is basically the commercial approach to it as a way of eating, and it's just normal. But when you go up into those kind of times, yeah, you're moving into a different world when you hit the 24 hour mark. You're heading into detox and clearance territory there, where you're really starting to push. So essentially what you're doing is your body starts to, at that time, depending, has no resources to draw upon. So therefore it starts to draw upon resources in the body, and it will usually go for instance, this is when we talk about ketosis, fats first, because it's the most efficient fuel. It'll start burning toxins and getting them out of your body. It'll start to clear your gut biome, all that sort of thing. So hormonally speaking, as far as cortisol goes, by the way, a spike round about that time of the day isn't abnormal. And if it's causing you issues, I mean, if the fasting's working for you, I'm not going to tell you to do anything else. But yeah, when it comes to, balancing out your hormones as well, going into that fasting phase is very good because it kicks in a more primal part of our biology, It's what was the one that was really famous before? Starvation response, which there's partial truth to, where your body will begin to consume itself to survive.
Just curious, Pepe, how you were monitoring that cortisol spike at 6.
Yeah, so I get a full blood workup. I go to my PCP, who happens to be a root cause doctor, and that's where it all comes together. So for me, if you're going to have a PCP, you really need to get a root cause physician on your side.
That sounds like good advice.
I'm having trouble hearing because I'm mobile, so I'm going to go on mute.
I thought the benefits of autophagy did not come into play in fasting until at minimum 16 hours. No?
It can vary. It depends, gender to gender, lifestyle to lifestyle. But yeah, I mean, as a general rule, autophagy, I would actually say longer than 16 hours. But that's in debate and getting into weeds that, unless, by the way, like, see if you're doing what Pepe's doing, which I have nothing against at all. You're getting your blood work done. You can get right down into the weeds. But for me, I don't personally mess with that stuff. The less information I've got, the better. In that sense.
Yeah, I hear that. That's quite funny.
It's like getting DNA. Like I tell folks, and I don't know if you have, Pepe, but it's worth, getting all your DNA workup as well, because you can learn a lot about how your body works based upon your genetic roots.
So, DG, do you advise people against doing things such as, running or jogging or weightlifting, even that it should be more about just more resistance training to build core strength, build muscle, but without putting impact on your joints and tendons and things of that nature? Is that kind of a focus of what you're promoting there?
No, not at all. It just has to be in the right place. Impact on the joints is important for the, osteoblast, the osteoclast, balance, and the perosteum, is it, of the bones, to prevent arthritis and stuff like that. It's just that, 9 out of 10, probably 9.9 out of 10 people that I see running are just causing more structural damage. A, from their footwear, and B, from their gait, which, by the way, footwear won't really fix their gait, like hen-toed, as it gets called here sometimes, toes pointing out, and you see people running like that and their knees collapsing, and people walk like that, for God's sakes. So I don't advise against anything, really. It's just right place, right time. I mean, my 69-year-old client works with weights every week, almost every day.
So what would your analysis be? Let's just say you got a middle-aged guy, eats right, studies longevity, takes care of himself, takes a vaccine. Next thing you know, falling over at a rock concert, facing the ground. Any thoughts on that?
Oh, well, I didn't go deep into it, but there is certain paths that can be found to help negate the effects of foreign entities, like what might be found in vaccines. But yeah, number one for me, especially when it comes to, see, if we're talking about a particular vaccine, then we're talking about what happens with how it works into vital organs and things like that. So that's where the kind of research needs to go, especially in the liver and the lungs, and sometimes the heart. It just depends. Like, that's a a very, very deep and long conversation. But, you know, my first piece of advice would be, you know, understand what's happened, understand the change, and then first you have to kind of mentally overcome that change, and then you can continue to move forward. But something like that, much like an injury or something like that, I mean, I've got a big mural on my wall that kind of depicts this, and it's, you don't want to get stuck bouncing between two extremes. You know, and big hurdles like that in your life can do that. It can just smash all your confidence. I've been doing everything right, and now this happens. It's like, no. It's just, you know, that's just a hurdle that you need to pass, especially psychologically.
Great advice.
Yeah, I'm very nerdy and know a lot about a lot of these things. I mean, if we're talking about the recent, what do you call it? My missus called me a psychic because I'd seen it coming, and I'd already figured out that a certain thing had been developed in a laboratory and all that. Not from my information, from people much smarter than me. You know, I like to stay ahead of the curve.
And how do you keep yourself informed, DG?
Read a lot. Stay away from commercial media, for one. And anything even approaching commercial. I mean, that stuff's just poison for your mind. It's, pardon the pun, and I'd hate to use the term here, but it's just a hex on people. A psychological hex. Like, folk have no idea, or a lot of folk don't have any idea of the games that are being played, like really high stakes psychological and spiritual games that are being played with them right now. Yeah, so I read a lot, I research a lot, because it's just what I love to do. This is what I'm into, and I have been for a very long time.
So, since you have such a wealth of experience, personal experience to be able to draw upon here, I'm just curious. Do you have any contrarian viewpoints, say, against like the modern medical, modern fitness, health, wellness movements? Any contrarian opinions as to what may be popular belief currently, but you would rail against in your personal dealings or suggestions?
Um, a wide plethora of things, I would say. Specifically, nothing comes to mind. I mean, like we talked about before, the way that things like keto and intermittent fasting and all that are promoted. I mean, let's take my girlfriend, right? So she was doing her old online web searching for stuff, and she showed me something. I was like, yeah, I was like, it's just bollocks to sell you stuff. And she's like that, but they're not selling anything. I was like, oh, they're capturing all your data, making a profile, selling it. Like, even at that level, they are selling. They've got ads on their page. They are making money off of you just clicking on that link. So let's just stop that argument right there. Number one. And it's clickbait, and it gets people tied in, and then maybe you'll come back, and then maybe they'll sell you something. It's called a sales funnel, darling. So, I mean, there's stuff like that, and you know, in this country, the way that our health service deals with people, especially the, yeah, I don't, yeah, I don't like shitting on things too much, because then individuals take offense, and I'm not really here to offend individuals. I'm here to offend the fucking system.
Hey, DG. So when it comes to dietary recommendations, it comes down to this mantra, which is easily followed by someone like myself. Sugar makes you hungry. Refined carbohydrates make you fat. And seed oils make you inflamed and sick. So if you get those three things right, you're well on your way.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not bad advice. It's not bad advice for sure. It's not always true. I mean, simple versus complex carbs, sure. Let's say simple versus complex sugars is another debate. One of the biggest things that people don't understand is the sugar salt addiction. People tend to have one or the other and they don't even know it. They're literally addicted. Yeah, I mean, for me, base health advice, some of the best advice that I feel I can give is consume your environment. Whatever environment you live in, you consume what grows and lives there, because that is what gives you the most natural. Let's talk about hay fever, for instance. You know, people that don't consume their environment, or maybe are not used to their environment, this is a big problem, along with things like, not only mouth breathing, not nasal breathing to promote nitric oxide. Anyway, we're not going to get into the whole hay fever thing, but consume your environment. Don't eat processed food, and yeah, like you were saying, the sugar carb thing is general advice that I give as well. But I tend to go simple, complex, rather than saying refined or anything, carbohydrates. I'll talk about refined foods or processed foods. But yeah, when I'm talking about carbohydrates and sugars and things, it's about simple versus complex, and where do you find these, and how should you consume them?
I think you're a great knowledge on this as far as sugar, simple carbohydrates, complex hard carbohydrates. But you can't ignore the fact that any type of glycemic effect with too many fruits, consuming too many fruits in the form of simple carbohydrates still opens up the insulin response to storing fat. We're not supposed to have so many even simple sugars. We just live in a society that absolutely demands this kind of crap to put on us and stuff. But even whether it's simple sugars or complex sugars, I know there's a difference. But too much fruit will too much sugar in the form of fruit is really bad too. So just kind of can't go on that.
No, absolutely, and I definitely did not say anything about consuming too much of one or the other. Listen, one thing I say to everyone when this type of topic comes up about consumption is too much of any substance is poison. You understand? So that's a really simple premise to go by. Too much of any substance is poison. The right amount of any substance can have healing benefits. Do you know what I mean? Look at mercury. One of the oils certainly I used to use to help turn my hands into stone, it had mercury in it. For instance, it's like too much of any substance, or the wrong amount of any substance can be poison or a remedy.
It's all in a dose, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Yep. So like turmeric is an example I use sometimes. Turmeric's great. I remember it went through that phase of being the all singing, all dancing. People even talked about how it was amazing for cancer and all the rest of it. And I really don't like these people, because what they do is they extrapolate one element of a substance and then promote the substance because of that one element. Again, I'm saying this as simply as I can, but they promote that substance based on that one element, and you get a lot of that, and then it becomes this magic pill. All right. But what you should really be doing is not taking a turmeric pill every day. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, I'm not, what's the term you use in the community, maxi on anything. But it should be in, let's say a daily dose. I just put turmeric and stuff whenever I can, and look, and combine many other elements with proper movement, decent diet, obviously teaching myself how to breathe properly so that I don't have to think about it. Don't know if anyone's a Bruce Lee fan, but I don't hit, it hits itself. It's just the principle of having practiced something consciously so that you're programming your subconscious correctly to the point where your primal brain looks to the subconscious for its influence, and you don't have you don't have to use your cognitive brain to think about it anymore. You just act that way with the primal part of your brain because it looks to your subconscious for its influence. Can't remember exactly where I was going with that, so I'll stop there. Sorry. But on that topic, it's useful to just mention it quickly. I think I've mentioned it in here before, but it's a really great way for people to understand how things work with their head. We break it down into threes. I break many things, including the human body, down into threes to teach. And this works also on how your body moves and holds itself. Think about your brain as three parts. And there's books out there on this as well. This is just how I translate it. As you've the primal brain, the cognitive brain, and the subconscious brain. As I said, the primal looks to the subconscious for how it's supposed to react to something. I'm sure that probably makes a lot of sense to people already. In the case of, let's say, changing habits or fixing our structure, we have to use the cognitive brain to interrupt that destructive cycle between the primitive and the subconscious. Because quite often the conscious brain just gets involved in the, oh, it hurts, or oh, I feel like shit, or oh, I shouldn't be eating this. That's really all it does. So we have to actively engage the conscious brain over a course of time, quite a long period of time if it's been a long built up habit, to reprogram what's in our subconscious brain. Same to breathing. We need to practice breathing enough where I don't need to think about breathing with my diaphragm. I just do it now because I've practiced that much. I don't hit, it hits itself. So we reprogram the subconscious, and therefore the primal will then have different subconscious stimulus to react upon, if that makes sense to people.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm taking notes.
It's a powerful bit of education, I know because it worked for me. I just translate it or try to translate it in a slightly more digestible way for people that aren't just complete fucking body and mind nerds like I am. That's all. But it's really important to think about in so many areas of what you do, who you are, and how you act, and even how you move. It's just a bit tricky for some people to make that connection, but once I explain it, they understand. There's quite a good book on what I call it the three mind principle. I can't remember the name of it, or I would tell you, but if I'm being honest, it could have been 30 minutes long, not 8 hours or 4 hours or whatever it was. It should have been about 30 minutes long max. Didn't really need to cover it with all that fluff to turn it into a book that was really kind of hard to listen to, just to get some really simple concepts from. And these concepts are all built from thousands of years before us as well, guys. the original self-help book, Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. Not very long, short, and to the point, just like it should be.
Is there a specific health and wellness influencer that you do follow, or that you would say was kind of a guiding light in your education, or just random books, random articles that there's no kind of figurehead that you kind of learned a lot from as an individual?
Let me think. I do have a friend when it comes to movement that no one will know the name of, but if you're in England, you can check out my good friend Paul Gray. He's in Durham. He's a complete nobody, if you will, but he's one of the most talented men I've ever met. But a martial art, a couple of my first judo instructor. But yeah, to answer you, no, not really. I'm kind of one of those guys, you know. Yeah. I don't prescribe to any one way of thinking. And that's why I'm quite comfortable with Richard Hart and his projects, because, you know, I'm too old a cat to be fucked by kittens, as they like to say here. And, you know, I know what I'm looking at, and you know, I know how to handle it. And
guys, I've just caught the last 5 minutes of what seems as though it's been a really, really interesting conversation topic. Could somebody pop a link in the main chat of how I get to the catch up, and maybe, yeah, that would be fine. Thank you very much.
I don't know if they still have the HEX Pulseradio, I think it is, on YouTube. I don't know if they still have that or not. Which basically just has all these chats running live, or did.
Yeah, it's called Nonstop HEX now. They renamed it Nonstop HEX.
It looks like Pulseradio.app is working, even though it got shut down by YouTube at one point.
Yeah, I've been listening on Nonstop HEX. That's the name of the channel, personally. I don't think any of the other ones are currently working.
Too old of a cat to be fucked by kittens. I've never heard that one before, but I'm going to use it.
It's a good one, and I would say I'm just about old enough to be able to say it now at 41. Certainly had enough experience of all types all types trying to fuck me. So I ran a security company for 4 years, so yeah, gangsters and all sorts.
Yeah, I think I caught earlier you were saying about the carbs and the complex carbs. I've done I've tried keto. It was successful when I first started, but this last couple of weeks, I've been doing a carnivore diet, literally meat, cheese, a little bit of fat. I feel fantastic. I've lost nearly half a stone in 2 weeks. Yeah, I know I'm taking a vitamin as well, but no, I feel absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, so my first bit of advice on that is, number one, if it's working for someone, I ain't going to tell them to stop, all right? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them the best advice I can. And that advice is, if you get too set in one way of doing things, it will stagnate and it will stop working. There are extremes, and I know it was like Michaela Peterson was a big promoter on it. It's done this and it's done that. So when we're talking about specific medical conditions and things like that, sure, we can talk. But when it comes to, you know, you as a person, it can be keto, it can be paleo, it can be having no carbs. It can be the million options that are out there. If it works for you, it works for you. But just be wary, especially with things like carnivore diets, because we're biologically not carnivores. All right. So there's that. But first and foremost is, as I mentioned earlier, if you're stuck in only one lane and one way of thinking, then there is no room for growth. All right, so there's that 100%. All right, I'm not going to tell people not to do things. Me, the carnivore diet, there's something with it. I don't know what it is that doesn't rub well with me, but I know that it does a lot of good for people, like so many other things can do. But just be mindful that, just like in, I don't know, crypto, don't put all your eggs in one basket. I'm not sure what the analogy is I'm looking for here. But yeah,
there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors, to be honest, like age and like for me personally, complex carbs makes a world of difference. Brown rice, whole wheat spaghetti works for me very, very well. But I'm also active. I go to the gym, and it kind of, for somebody who goes to the gym, it might be a little different than somebody who doesn't. Like complex carbs fills out my muscles. So if I don't eat carbs, I kind of look flat. So it really just depends on who you are and your activity level, your age, your sensitivity, what part of the world your ancestors come from.
Yeah, I mean, try telling the Maasai not to drink blood and milk mixed together, animal organs and meat. Try telling them that, and see what kind of response you get from those huge bastards. They're massive. I don't fancy a tangle with one of them.
Yeah, exactly. And they've done studies on this, like with people's teeth, right? Like people don't get dental problems if they're not taken outside of the region they're ethnically from. So that's a good indicator, So yeah, these things could get complex. So like you said, it really works for you.
Yeah. So this is
talking about.
Sorry, I just wanted to, on that topic, reiterate my point, and this is why I boil it down to such a basic starting point, is consume your environment. Worry first about where you live and what is around you, all right? Because that is what you need to be consuming.
Well, the point that I would make is, when I say it's dose dependent, the success of anything is dose dependent. For me, it was only when I got to 25 grams of carbs a day or less that low carb began working for me. If I was at 50 grams, my insulin level was still high. And so it's different for everybody, but you really have to get specific. You really have to know what's going on with your blood work in order to figure all this stuff out.
Yeah, definitely. So, quick question for you, Pepe, right? Just because you've been down that route. So, as far as your insulin levels getting high, etc., a certain amount of carbs, is that, how do I put it? Was there something wrong that you realized that, I can't figure this out, and then you figured out that that's what it was? Or is it just based off of these measurements, which are then based off of, national averages of what things should be?
Well, it really, I've spent my entire life trying to figure this out, right? And it's through the process of experimentation. Breathing exercises for me are very difficult. And they used to be impossible when I was totally congested. I have fair hair, fair skin, and fair eyes. And for whatever reason, allergies tend to invade those that possess my genes more than others. And so I have difficulty breathing through my nasal passages as a result of that. But once I reduced my carb intake below 25 grams, and I'm not talking about carnivore now. I mean, I love healthy salads, but also cruciferous vegetables have helped me tremendously. And so I would just say I have experimented to the point where I have something that works for me, I do in fact cheat once a week with my lady, and that's just because I will never have the feeling of, you know, regretfulness when I know I can cheat one day a week and still keep the weight off of it, and still have, you know, the visceral fat at a reasonable level.
And that circles round nicely back to your point earlier about satisfaction over happiness, my friend. Just one, have you, so you said you get a root cause doctor. Has your root cause doctor suggested doing a genetic makeup on you?
Well, no, she hasn't, but I have done the 23andMe, right? So I sort of know what my ancestry is. And apparently for my blood type, I am very susceptible to rapid changes in insulin with the presence of carbohydrates, whether it's simple, complex, wheat, otherwise, doesn't matter. I just can't have carbohydrates. And I came to that conclusion through an elimination process. I began eliminating things, even fruit, all right? And so it's just not normal for my blood type to be able to eat a banana in the winter. It just isn't. And so, you know, I've migrated to, it's not let's make a deal, it's this is the deal. And so as long as I don't have hunger, I mean, I now look at food as a way to satiate instead of pleasure. And so I am always willing to give up a few moments of mouth pleasure in order to be healthy. And just so you know, the guy that fell over with a massive heart attack walking into the Rolling Stones concert was me. And it's awful funny that I have 1.8% blockage in my heart, and yet I had a widowmaker. Now, why was that? Well, as it turns out, through the process of elimination, my cardiologist determined that it wasn't the vaccine, it was the administration of the vaccine. Apparently, they injected it partially into a vein, and the Pfizer vax in the bloodstream causes blood clots, and that's what happened to me.
Do you know, it's funny you should mention that, because just watching them give the injections was quite horrific. I know a little bit about it, and yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute.
So here's a guy that doesn't have high blood pressure, isn't morbidly obese or obese on any reasonable measurement. You know, 6'3", 223, but I am in my 60s. So I've lost some muscle on my frame, but I'm not diabetic, let alone pre-diabetic. But man, do I have a problem with insulin. That is my enemy. And then, of course, along with insulin is cortisol. Those two bastards are hand in hand.
Yeah. First of all, you don't sound at all your age, which, for me in my line of work, is a very good sign, dude. Also with cortisol, thinking about 5-HTP at night with some good omega oils is a good way to help redirect certainly the 5-HTP towards serotonin use as opposed to going towards cortisol production.
Yeah, so I was a huge follower of Dr. Barry Sears for years. I was getting the highest quality fish oil, 2 parts EPA to DHA, and no matter what I did, it just never worked for me. And Barry had all the research to prove that, you know, the blood-brain barrier, the only real thing that can get through there is fish oil, and it's, for whatever reason, it never worked for me until I reduced my carbohydrate intake.
That's awesome. Right, so it's important to know that one of the reasons that the fish oil is good for the blood-brain barrier is what it allows is for substances to pass through. All right, what substances they are depends on what you consume. So with the 5-HTP, it goes towards good hormonal production as opposed to bad hormonal production. It slips that slide towards, you know, like I say, for instance, the serotonin as opposed to the cortisol production.
Have you thought about offering to update Richard's sci-fi books, self-help books? Because I think your knowledge is sorely needed, sir.
I'm not sure what you mean by updating his books. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, his books were written, more than a decade ago. And I noticed the dietary portion was lacking pretty significantly. So, you know, a hack like me can't come out and say, hey, RH, you know, listen to me. But you apparently make your living in it. So I would think that you would have some more gravitas to suggest an update.
Yeah, I mean, I would be open to reviewing it and seeing what I could adjust and improve upon for sure. But I seriously doubt Richard Hart's going to answer any of my messages.
I think you'd be surprised. You know, there's that lady with the short hairdo that she's been reading his books aloud. And, you know, you could reach out to her. I can't remember her name, but she is a Hexagon. Perhaps others in this chat.
SJ, a wild SJ, Pepe.
That's her.
Yeah, she's absolutely spot on. She does some good streams too. Sorry, mate, by the way.
What's her name?
A wild SJ is what you'll get it on. A wild SJ. You'll get that on Twitter and YouTube, mate.
Okay, I'll have a look. Because I've been meaning to get round to listening to his books because I do enjoy listening to. He doesn't talk about it enough for me, but you know, more of his more esoteric thoughts, etc., especially as it comes to geometry and all that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, listen, if I was to get in contact with Richard, the first thing I would want to do is give him advice from what I've been monitoring over his streams.
I think you should write your own book, DG.
Yeah, I will at some point. I mean, I've written a book on an ebook on breathing, which I could I could probably send it out to people. I need to remember where it is. But I've written an ebook on breathing. I'm writing a kind of philosophy book that is also partnered by a kind of fantasy book that employs all of the philosophies in turn and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I'll definitely get round to writing, but just now my energy is just completely towards my clients. I'll do a massage one day and disappear into a cave for a month, you know, and come out with something better than a book of 5 rings.
I'd be interested to digest that ebook, DG. Did you say you didn't know how to find it, or is it online? Did you say the title?
Well, it's called Breathe Better, but you won't find it online, I don't believe, unless someone scarfed it and put it somewhere. This is fine because it's free. I do have a copy of it. I'm looking at my laptop right now. I don't see it directly on there. I do have my hard drive somewheres. It will definitely be on the hard drive anyway, for sure. I do have it. I have my copy and then a copy I got some kind of professional bookie type person online to do for me somewhere that they never actually finished. But I do have it there, yeah, somewhere.
To hear that Richard's dietary guidance is slightly outdated, I got to say I'm not quite surprised. But through his own mouth, that's probably not his strength. Maybe not something that he should have included in the book. But it's kind of hard to tackle health and wellness and longevity without working diet into there. Goodness.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their areas. I mean, I've listened to Richard, and it's, you know, his advice isn't bad. It's just most everything he says is, you know, based off of what is commercially available, for want of a better term. And, you know, although it's not terrible, it's just been a little misguided, that's all. And you don't need to go and smash your melanin 3 times a week to be healthy, you know. But as I say, my clients usually train, my members, sorry, they train with me like, they can train 5-6 days a week if they want. It's just the way the training's structured and broken up to cover all aspects of, you know, certainly physical health, but mental comes into it as well.
So, DG, something that I try to practice my own personal routine is, you know, I found, you know, I used to do weightlifting and all that stuff, and eventually, you know, you own a business, you just say, I don't have time for all that shit anymore. And I found that, you know, I wasn't making it to the gym because I never had the time. If you don't make the time, it was always that thing. So I convinced myself at one point. I said, look, I just need to do some exercise every day, and eventually it will accrue. And I started off just doing, you know, 5 push-ups and 5 sit-ups a day, that kind of thing. Just, you know, whenever I have 15 seconds to spare, you drop down, you knock out 5 fucking push-ups. And eventually I got a little thing in my room now where, you know, at the end of every day before I go to bed at night, I just jump up and I do, you know, 10 solid leg lifts and, you know, and I do 10 pull-ups, you know, and jump down and do 20, 30 push-ups, that kind of thing. I'll tell you what, doing that for about a year and a half, I've never been so fucking ripped in my life. And I feel like I haven't gone to the gym once. It feels like it takes maybe a minute or 2 out of my day, but it's that method of doing it every day. I'm not even breaking down my muscle. I'm not tearing my muscle, but it's that every day, that constant stress of some squats, some sit-ups, some push-ups, some leg lifts. And I'll tell you what, I've seen my body just fucking transform from it. It's been amazing. And I don't feel like I'm going to get hurt. I don't feel like I'm damaging any of my muscles. I'm putting under some stress. Tell you what, man, I'm like a fucking gymnast now. I jump up, I can lift my entire body up horizontally and above. Like, I mean, it's fucking crazy. And it's from doing what I feel like has been almost no exercise, but it's been doing it every day cumulatively. That shit adds up.
Got a big smile on my face listening to you, brother. Right fucking on. You're absolutely spot on. You know, a cumulative effect. I've still got the chin-up bar that I did my first single chin-up on, and I like to look at it sometimes to remind myself that I used to only be able to do one. But, you know, so yeah, I mean, I say to folk, even if you do 15 minutes a day, you know, like one of my favourite workouts I do myself is only 15 minutes long, and I'm blowing out my arse and pissing a sweat in 15 minutes. Easy, and I'm pretty fit, all right? But when it comes to daily, like you're saying, doing something daily, right? Not sedentary completely. Two words, hunter gatherer. All right, hunter gatherer.
Hey, I just wanted to read one of Dixon Piper's latest tweets about the bull and the bear market.
Shoot.
He goes on to say, my number one rule in a bull market is never make a transaction unless I'm 99% sure I don't lose coins. And my number one rule in a bear market is acquire more coins than I had in the bull market. Notice how USD value has nothing to do with rule 1A or 1B. Accumulate coins and a USD gains will come. I find it amazing that all we're doing is looking at price when we should be looking at how to get more coins safely.
So, DG, I'm curious as to your methodology and when you're working with a client that has a food addiction, which, many people have, maybe Richard has, who knows? I mean, it's a very, very common, especially here in the States. I mean, over half the population's obese, I think. How do you work through that with somebody when they're identified with that pleasure or satisfaction receptors, and they're doing the secret eating? I got people in my family that do this. They're out running an errand. They're swinging by McDonald's, and then they come back and they don't really eat in front of the family, but they're carrying, 3 times everybody else's body weight on them. How do you cut through that? Have you found any tools? Because, man, I've never seen defensiveness like I've seen when you start talking to somebody about their weight. I mean, it's worse than religion and politics.
The individual's got to want it for himself, I guess, right?
It's been interesting listening to you guys on this. I recently went to the doctor again for my quarterly HbA1c, and I got the results today. And I've apparently been having a few too many cheat days.
How did he break that to you?
What was that?
Same. How did he put it? How did he get it across to you? And did you need a doctor to tell you you had a few too many cheat days? You have to forgive me. I'm out on a walk, so I'm blowing out my ass.
I mean, I didn't get the result. I just got the results from the lab, from the test number, and by the percentage, by the percentage that they report of the HbA1c, I know that it's terrible.
And do you do much exercise, or would you say you had a healthy eating regime or anything, or do you know you've got areas in your lifestyle that you could do with improving?
Mostly diet and exercise, but exercise has gone down a lot. Not that I did much before, but my diet has definitely gotten worse because I started just eating cheaper, a lot cheaper, things, and not paying attention to my my glucose numbers as much. I usually wear I'm sure you've seen the commercials for the Freestyle Libre. I wear one of those CGMs most of the time, but every once in a while I just don't bother to put one on because they're kind of expensive. But yeah, I usually wear one of those, but sometimes I don't, and maybe more often than not, I just stopped wearing one and wasn't paying attention to my numbers. But yeah, I guess a lot of it is more just kind of keeping up to like where I am and making sure I'm doing what I need to be doing. Because I mean, 3 months ago or 4 months ago, I was trending in the right direction by far. I mean, I guess like a year ago or more, my HbA1c was closer to like 11%, which like a doctor would tell you that's just like you're gonna die. But yeah, it's yeah, I mean, several months ago it was trending down. I think it got down to closer to about an 8%, which is not not spectacular, but a lot significantly better. But now it's gone up from there.
We got Jay Money and Haunted and a couple of others trying to get in, guys. If Mod's listening, they've had their hands up for a little bit.
Thanks, JK. Yeah, I'm just enjoying the health conversation this morning. Very very refreshing to have something a little new and something so important in our lives to get educated on today. Thank you.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I know it's a Pulsechain chat, but I've got no problem when it's quiet, diversifying a little bit. I mean, I absolutely love this chat. Absolutely love it. It's I pretty much have it on. It's the background to my life at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, health is probably just as important as anything else that we talk about in here, and making gains and being able to live a fruitful life at the same time, those got to go hand in hand. So good on you for it. Appreciate it.
I remember possibly a couple of months ago now, I think it was Pepe that said exactly that about getting your mind and body sorted for the possible gains that's going to come, and then you can enjoy it, and you can enjoy it for a prolonged period. It actually spurred me on. I thought he's right. Started doing Tai Chi again, walking every day, watching what I eat. I feel absolutely great. You could almost say there's a scope for a Hex Fitness Telegram, because listening to the valuable information that's been spoke about today, and obviously people's sort of life choices, like lifestyles, that's something I would tune into. Thanks, guys. I'll let you know if I need a defibrillator.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this topic's come up multiple times in the past. I actually, I'm in the same boat as most of these people that divulge in foods we shouldn't. McDonald's or something like that's easy because it's on the road and you're out busy doing whatever life has to bring that makes us so busy. And I taken on the intermittent fasting approach as well. Cut out carbs, as much sugars as possible. I do have like a little sugar and cream coffee in the morning, but I'm not eating until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't eat past 8 o'clock at night. I've been doing it for about 2.5 weeks now. Down like 7 pounds. Kind of tired, getting that energy level regulated. I probably have some insulin issues also. But as far as getting on the right path, I mean, I feel good about that part. I'm drinking a ton of water, just trying to take note in these conversations, and it does, the ripples do go out to the community. So again, appreciate the talk and the lessons.
Yeah, having DG in here just to bounce some stuff off them was great. I got another thing to ask you, DG. What would be
I'm back in. Sorry, I keep getting kicked and cut off out of this. I've found a copy of that book, by the way, the ebook, and I've got it on my phone. So shoot me a wee message if you want it. I don't know, say hello, and I'll send it.
Well, that was related to what I was just going to ask, which was just, have you got any other resources for breathing that you would recommend? But I'll definitely shoot you that message over. Much appreciated, dude.
No problem. And unfortunately, no, I don't actually really have any resources. I've picked stuff up from here, there, and everywhere. Shit, in that book, one of the techniques I found out from reading a fantasy book. And it's come from, the guys put it into the book because it's come from military training, I believe. And then I took that and adapted it slightly and improved upon it, and it's in that book. And it's not a long book either, by the way. And it needs updated and so on. But, it's what I've got just now. So, but I'm happy to share it with anyone that wants it. So just hit me up.
DG, I was asking earlier, how do you approach the subject of weight loss with your clients without triggering their defenses and getting them reactive? Have you found any tools or techniques, any verbal judo that you employ in order to be able to breach the topic, but without getting the subsequent blowback or shutdown effect from the client?
One thing I don't use is the term lifestyle change, because it just triggers an instant, 90% of the time, it just triggers an instant defensive response where I can see the inflections in their face, their body, everything. Because the moment you challenge someone on their lifestyle like that, is a instant defensive reaction. Now, we do have those fringe people, which they exist. And by the way, those are the people you see in all the adverts and all the testimonials. You don't see everyone else that this shit doesn't work for. So my approach is what you might call softly, although it's not. It's cold, hard fact, but it's done in a certain way over time. And I'll also use how could we say, a certain amount of manipulation, if you will, which I will reveal to the client after it's worked. So like one client, for instance, I had to just completely eliminate the words diet and nutrition, and I just did that slowly over time in our conversations, where I would use alternative words, and eventually that they started to follow suit, which then helped to reprogram their verbiage, as I spoke about 3 minds earlier, then started to reprogram how they thought, because they had a real problem. They were really kind of antsy and arsey about their diet. You know, they were kind of in the other direction, could have gone really bad the other way. So yeah, that kind of programming, if you will, helps. That's definitely one thing that I do.
Hey, DG, I know I mentioned Peter Attia to you earlier, but that guy really is on the leading edge of what's going on. And what I mean by that is simply this. He has a staff of researchers that comb the MedPub updates every day for any article that's related to longevity and dietary and vitamins and all this stuff. And they condense it down every day into a report. And then Peter updates as needed, because we know we're wrong. We just don't know where we're wrong. So that guy is so focused on what he's doing, and he's putting his money where his mouth is. I would highly recommend listening to his podcasts. They're free. There's also a paid portion, but the free stuff is pretty much good enough. And just listen to the pearls of wisdom that this guy uncovers as these studies, as these clinical trials come out. He's the first guy to have.
What's his name again?
Peter Attia, A-T-T-I-A.
Oh yeah, I've heard that name before.
I think he's been on Rogan. Yeah, he has been on Rogan twice, I think. His deal is, he likens the human body to, like, let's say a car parked in a parking lot out in front of your building, right? What are the odds that every car in that parking lot has the correct air pressure in their tires? 0. What are the odds that none of the cars out there are in need of an oil change? Some may be 500 miles over their oil, change frequency or interval. Others more, perhaps others less. And then he likens it to, an F1 racing car. Do you think any of their 4 tires are out of pressure, even a quarter of a pound? Absolutely not. Do you think that their engine oil needs to be changed? Absolutely not. And so the human body is this fine-tuned machine that, unless we keep the air pressure up in the tires and change the oil, then these deleterious effects build up over time, and ultimately they manifest into disease.
Absolutely. Yeah, the car analogy is a good one. You've also got the car analogy if you leave your car sitting in the drive and you never use it for what it was meant for or how it was built, etc., then it seizes up, rusts, and goes bad. So you need to use it. It has to perform the way it was built to perform.
And just for the record, keto did not work for him. I mean, he loves his salads. He loves to eat pasta, and he just didn't do quite as well. So I'm in agreement with you that it's whatever macronutrient composition works best for you.
Now,
And you mentioned the Maasai earlier. The Maasai drink the cattle's blood because there's no salt where they live, but there is salt in the cattle's blood. So
Yeah.
I find that to be very interesting.
Yeah, well, they don't have a lot of cruciferous vegetation either, so it helps with, you know, the hemoglobin with the iron and stuff as well. The Mongols used to do it too. Again, mixing it with the milk often.
So, DG, obviously, when we talk about diet, lifestyle, exercise, all of these different things, the crux of all of this is about personal discipline, right? Part of it is information. If you don't have the right information, if you're not educated properly, you haven't done your research, then whatever efforts you're putting in aren't going to yield positive results. But even if you have the proper information, it's about personal discipline, being structured, pushing over your resistance. So I would say that would be, if I were looking at someone like you, what tools do you use to employ people? Is it cold showers in the morning? Well, any techniques or tools that you give people to train up their level of personal discipline? Because I feel like that would be at the core of everything that you're trying to promote.
Well, the cold shower is actually quite a good analogy I can use for that, and that is tapering. All right, tapering. And well, I won't start blethering on about the exactly, you know, what goes on with clients and individual day-to-day stuff, but tapering, right? So if you want to take cold showers, don't just have a hot shower and then go bah cold. Taper it down, taper it down, taper it down. Before you know it, and I know this because my missus, obviously being a woman, likes things a bit hotter, and just doesn't like the cold. I did it in the shower with her. In fact, just did it the other night because she'd been to her first spin class. I don't do those, bloody heathen turncoat that she is. So you taper it down bit by bit, and before you know it, you will be showering in cold water and you will be comfortable. But you have to do it gradually. Yeah. And this is like what the other gentleman was talking about. He was doing 5 push-ups whenever he could, 10 squats whenever he could, It does, and a lot of people will defeat themselves psychologically, but partly because of the lack of delayed gratification. Hey, I'm on the HEX. They want it now and they're not seeing the results. Again, back to what I said before about my student saying, do I get a gold star? And I said jokingly back, but serious, you'll get a gold star when you're 60 and you're not crippled. It has to be a tapered effect. You just throw people into it. Some people, so let's take just fitness classes in general. They'll go and do like an insanity class. I'm sure you've all heard of that. I used to teach it and they'd probably have fired me if they'd seen what I was doing. So you just go straight into that. And some people will stick with it, but their body's going to break or their mind's going to break. One of the two. Because they're not, tapering into it. They're not, the general person, especially someone that's been sedentary most of their life, jumps into something like that. I mean, I was the only coach left in my region doing it because all the coaches broke their own body trying to teach it. Do you understand? So it has to be tapered. They have to have, number one, if they are my client, they have to have the confidence. So I mentioned about the stick and the carrot, and I tend to go for the stick before the carrot. But that doesn't mean I just beat up on my clients. I beat up on them with truth, but I also applaud them constantly. So, for instance, one of the things I like to say to my clients here, especially my morning group, is, give yourself a pat in the back because you're here and most other people aren't. You're here every day, 4 or 5 days a week. Most other people aren't. Never use other people as your benchmark, but it's a nice thought, you know. So you're already doing more than most people are willing to do, physically, mentally, commitment-wise, monetarily-wise, spending it on their health, things like that. But ultimately, like a cold shower, you know, you get them used to it bit by bit, and before they know it, you know, I have them in here, and I'm talking about the girls deadlifting 80, 90 kilos, and we're not talking about athletic women here, and they're small too, most of them. 80, 90 kilos, and they go, oh, wow. And I go, yeah, see? Because you're strong. You just don't believe you're strong, but you are. Strong in mind because you come regularly, you're doing it regularly, and I don't care if that's 5 squats a day, 5 push-ups a day. I don't care. You're doing it, and you're doing it regular. And it will have, as the gentleman earlier, I was smiling so hard. Sorry, I can't see names, mate, if you're on here. When he was talking, it was just making me smile because that's what I love to hear. It's like he's understanding that compounding effect. It feels great. Yeah. So tapering is definitely a tool.
Thanks, DJ, for the book. Obviously, I haven't read it yet, but do you cover, or what is your views on breathing in through the nose as opposed to the mouth?
Well, we're supposed to nasal breathe. I mentioned earlier about allergies. So above the nose cavity rests a little gland that, when we stimulate it through nasal breathing, releases nitric oxide, which is a natural antihistamine. There's that. Also, breathing through the nose means the lungs have to work a bit harder to draw air in, it being a smaller cavity. Yeah, makes sense? I mean, it's really simple when it's explained to you. Certainly that part, maybe not the nitric oxide part, but that part, I mean, tell me that doesn't make just perfect sense to you without having to go to college for 3 years.
Yeah, right, because I've been breathing through my nose for years. And I used to mouth breathe until about 20 years ago, and I realised now.
Yeah, I mean, the natural way we breathe, I mean, remember, cars, etc., these things are based off of our biology. You know, you have an intake and an exhaust. You know, the intake draws in hard through a slightly more compressed method and through a filter. The exhaust is big, open, so it can get rid of the waste. Well, I say big and open, but that might depend on the car. But the bigger the car, the better the car, the bigger the exhaust, whatever. Anyway, you get the analogy. So it's filter, tight, draw it in, heat it up, boom, expel it as fast and efficiently as you can, waste as little time in getting rid of the waste as you can. All right. So yeah, nasal breathing. Yeah, for sure. In through the nose, out through the mouth is a good general way to breathe. If you really want to work your lungs a bit, I used to jog with nothing but my nose breathing just to work my lungs. I only ran to exercise my lungs. I didn't really do it for cardio. I can do cardio without, moving my feet.
Yeah, cool, man. And the hairs in your nose and the mucus, it catches a lot of the debris, the dust and particles and things like that.
Yeah, that's what it's built for, my man. That is what it's built for.
It's amazing how many people only breathe through their mouth. And that's what sometimes you try and tell people, they just don't want to.
Yeah, most people tend to chest breathe, not only chest breathe, but only with the upper part of their chest. They never really take a full breath. Therefore, they're never really getting all right down into the alveoli and the lungs to open them up. If in that book, when you read it, there's stuff to do for that. Lung capacity, all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of useful shit in there. But yeah, it'll cover exactly that, what I'm talking about, the benefits of, talking about the facts.
Cool, man. I look forward to reading it.
My pleasure, dude.
That lady who's reading Richard's self-help books called Sci-Vive, her little life hack is every morning when she gets up, the first thing she does is smile. How wonderful is that? We can all learn from that one.
Yep, I bet she learned that from Dolly Parton. What a
Hey
wonderful woman.
DG, what's your take on a little bit of arthritis? Was diagnosed with a little bit of arthritis in my back and
Whereabouts
left
in your
shoulder
back?
or right shoulder.
All right. I mean, arthritis is reversible.
Lower back and middle back. So it was new to me because I'm just fresh out of my 40s. But it's like, holy goodness, what the heck?
What did they do?
So, what's your take on dealing with that?
Well, first, what did they do to diagnose that?
I had two things. I had a bone density test, X-rays, CT scan.
Okay, that's cool then. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it takes probably a little bit of getting into the weeds with that, but let me put it this way. One of the best things for arthritis is the right kind of load-bearing exercise, which is why it fucking infuriates me when doctors, certainly over here, where you got arthritis, oh well, don't lift weights, when they haven't even got a basic level 2 fitness instructor's knowledge, where they tell you one of the best things for bone density and improving it is load-bearing exercise. Go figure, because the human body is built to carry load, even if only its own. Squatting, jumping, hanging, etc., etc. So yeah, I mean, load-bearing exercise in the right way. Then we can come down to structural issues and whatnot. So I wouldn't want to give too much like detailed advice, dude, or try to flex my knowledge on it just to sound good without knowing a little bit more about your personal circumstance.
Hey, DG, have you ever found pharmaceutical grade fish oils to be helpful with arthritis? Because it really helped me. I had psoriatic arthritis, and it is completely gone with about 4.5 milligrams of EPA and about half that amount in DHA.
It can help, yeah. I mean, I would say that's judging from what we've been conversing with you so far, Pepe, I would say that's very much tied into your carbohydrate issue as well. That kind of thing, especially as it pertains to autoimmune, which I believe is the kind of arthritis we're talking about. But sorry, where was I going with that? What's my fish oils? Fish oils. So the first thing I tend to recommend, because it's what is quote unquote bioavailable, is glucosamine and chondroitin. A lot of folk will recommend glucosamine, but it has to have chondroitin, because if it doesn't have that, then it won't bond properly to the body. And the irony of that is you'll go into a health food shop and you'll see glucosamine tablets right beside the glucosamine with chondroitin tablets. Not saying there isn't a very specific use for glucosamine on its own, but most people that go for it is for that reason. It's for arthritis and joints and stuff like that. But glucosamine is the compound. That is the chemical compound that things like fish oil will help to produce. Does that make sense? But yeah, I mean, fish oil, sure, good stuff, organic stuff. This is one of the only times I'll ever use this word in a very positive manner, is vegan supplements. And it's because of how they're produced, how vegan supplements are produced. So if you can get vegan ones, then get them. Yeah, glucosamine and chondroitin. But again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Pepe. If it's working for you, it's working for you. But I reckon a lot of that's also tied into your carbs.
And I misspoke. So I currently take 6 capsules a day with a dosage of 4,000 milligrams of, it's 2,000 of EPA and 1,000 of DHA. So 6 tablets a day, and that tamped down my arthritis to literally absolute zero.
Get fucking booted out of Telegram there again.
Taking notes.
How was you?
Taking notes.
You said you were saying 6 capsules at what dosage, Pepe?
So each one has a total of 2,000 milligrams of EPA and 1,000 milligrams of DHA. And what's really important there is, like when you first start for the first 30 days, you're going to have to load up until you find out how few capsules a day you can take while still keeping your arthritis in check. So for me, you know, I actually started out with 10 a day. And of course, I would only eat them with a meal and on and on and on. And choking down 6 capsules a day of this pure pharmaceutical grade fish oil is difficult, but you get used to it over time. And what's most important is the 2-to-1 ratio of EPA to DHA.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-to-1 ratio is almost a given with fish oils, full stop. So yeah, for sure, that is a shitload of fish oil, man. Had you ever tried glucosamine and chondroitin at all?
I did. My mom was all over that, but again, it didn't work for me. So, you know, I tend to go where I actually get results. So, you know, and the thing about fish oil is if you take a high dose like I am, you have to be careful with mercury contamination, which is why you have to go with these super distilled, you know, pharmaceutical grade products.
Pepe, can you advise us on where you get it?
I pay through the nose for mine. It's called Omega RX2, and it's available through Dr. Barry Sears. You know, he's the guy who invented the Zone diet, and you know, he's just been a pioneer with the whole fish oil thing. So again, it's likely not as important as your macronutrient composition. At least it wasn't for me, but it does help with all of my autoimmune problems.
I get a question. What about what's a good diet for like cirrhosis and eczema? What's like a good knock that shit out?
First things first. Carb. Check your carb intake, your type of carbs, how many you're taking, and also dairy produce. So start there.
The thing that helped me the most with what you're talking about are cruciferous vegetables, and in particular, it would be broccoli sprout seeds. You can buy like a 2-pound bag from Amazon, and they look like little poppy seeds, but they have the highest amount of, and I can't remember what the clinical name of that sulforaphane or something like that, of that very anti-inflammatory thing. And
broccoli sprouts.
That's what you need. Broccoli sprouts
like wheatgrass. Oh
no,
wheatgrass.
Broccoli sprout seeds. So for a while I was growing my own. Yeah, seeds. They're little tiny brown poppy looking seed things. And I finally tracked down the guy who wrote the clinical studies. He was up at Johns Hopkins, and I asked him, I'm like, well, why don't more people know about this? And he says because they think that health foods like this should not appear to be like brown, like the colored earth. And you know, it just never took off. So you could eat broccoli sprouts, you could eat broccoli, you could eat sauerkraut, those sorts of things. Or, you know, you could try getting the crunchy broccoli sprout or the sprout seeds, right? And just sprinkle them on a salad. Absolutely delicious.
One thing I would recommend when consuming seeds is try and crack them. Or I always recommend crack them, like get a little mortar and pestle. You don't have to grind them up, but give them a good bash, and then there's you will get more from the seeds rather than
go through
passing through.
Yeah,
they won't.
Yeah,
I mean,
they'll pass through you and plant.
They'll go through you because they're insoluble fibers, so they'll go through you, and they're very good for the end of your gut, shall we say. But if they're cracked, then you're going to get more of the magic out of them.
Hey, to the gentleman who was talking about psoriasis, I have a little bit of contact psoriasis on my finger, and like on my knuckle, like one of my middle knuckle on my pinky knuckle, just a little bit, but it bugs me because, it's not great. I got just a little bit on my elbow, not nothing bad, but when I was on ketogenics, the ketogenic dial, it went, away. I mean, it went away.
Yeah, keto doesn't have dairy in it, does it? Or carbs, if I remember rightly. No dairy, no
well, it has
carbs
low
in keto,
carb.
yeah?
It's not. No, it's
low
not no
carb.
carbs. It's low carbohydrates with a focus on vegetables and high quality grass fed meats. It's not a Atkins diet by no means. But when I kept my carbohydrates, my net carbs below 25, bro, I'm telling you, my psoriasis it went away to the fact that I could see where my skin, where the psoriasis was. It was just light. It was just light colored skin. I mean, after doing 7 months of keto, it was literally gone. And then when I went off of keto, went back to eating bad. When I lost my house and was feeling bad and just kind of woe is me type stuff, I got off of keto. Worst thing I ever did. Anyways, psoriasis came right back. It was really freaky.
Yeah, I'm at that point. I'm at that point now of bad. I'm back to my bad diets and stressed out over this launch. But
I got stressed out over my divorce, 2 years ago about losing everything and having split it with that little wench. But anyways, that being said, I getting back onto keto and things are doing a lot better.
Sure. Got it. Thanks, guys.
Whatever you do, don't rub like clobetasol propionate on those affected areas where the skin is shedding at a much faster rate, like 6 to 8 times. That'll simply thin the epidermal layer, and it's just no good. You have to go systemic. You cannot go topical.
Don't do what, Pepe? What'd you say? Don't do what?
So there's clobetasol propionate, which physicians tend to issue for any skin inflammation. And what it ends up doing is thinning the epidermal layer quite a bit. And it never solves the problem. And that's why I say go to a root cause doctor and start figuring out what some of the causes of these autoimmune issues are. Certainly that's what I've had to do. And the more damaged you are, the higher the dose you're going to have to go to get results.
Right.
Yeah, I heard.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, it freaked me out when my
psoriasis.
My psoriasis got better, and I had some skin tabs that fell off. I got a few of those, and I noticed one time that half of them were literally gone, and that freaked me out. I didn't know that was a good side effect of ketogenics, is that the skin tabs would fall off and go away. That was freaked me out a little bit.
Yeah, again, I just like to put a little point on that before my young client comes in, is when you're talking about the ketogenic diet. So the key thing about that is the two things I mentioned that you basically almost cut out, which is unless you're autoimmune, and even then, is the dairy, which I think it's like 1 in 3 or 2 in 3 people in the world are lactose intolerant and don't know it. It just doesn't show up in vomiting, etc. necessarily. So it's the components, right? It's not the diet, right? So don't put your will, diets like any diets, keto, it doesn't matter. It can be slim fast or fat fighters or whatever you're doing, they're a crutch, all right? They're just kind of showing you a slightly better way, but what's important is what's contained within that. So in the example from earlier, keto, you're not consuming dairy and you're consuming low or no carbs. Do you see what I'm getting at here when I'm talking about diets and stuff and not getting stuck to them, because then you bounce between extremes? Oh, I'm on the diet, I'm off the diet, I'm on the diet, I'm off the diet. When really you could just not have dairy and not eat a great deal of carbs. You don't need to follow a ketogenic diet strictly.
Well, the ketogenic diet, I don't think is extreme. I mean, all I'm doing is not eating sugars. I'm not eating
No,
simple
that's not what
sugars, but very much stuff. Yeah.
that's not what I meant by extreme, mate. Sorry. I meant when you're bouncing between extremes is when you're on it, off it, on it, off it, and this is what happens: is this rebound effect when people try follow a
Oh,
diet
I see.
strictly.
I see.
I'm not saying it's extreme. I don't think many. I'm not going to get into that because I don't want to start bad mouthing anything. But I don't think,
I know what you're saying.
I think many diets are extreme. It's just the extremes are you bounce. Yeah, you get a rebound effect. Let's say I could. Hold on, can I do it? Actually, let me just see. 2 seconds. Let me see if I can do this. Right.
You know what, DG? The classic ketogenic diet is about 92% fat, 6% protein, and 2% carbohydrates. So that really is extreme. But nowadays, if we're talking about roughly 50 to 60% fat, 30 to 40% protein, and the balance in carbohydrates, that's what everyone thinks is a ketogenic diet. But in reality, the clinical definition of it is about 92% fat.
Yeah. Like I say, they
Yeah,
all have their place.
I thought that was a little over 80%. I don't think it's 92%.
I mean,
Well,
it's just semantics at that point.
Yeah, I happen to be great friends with probably the leading researcher in ketogenic diets, and he would argue with you.
92% is a good fat, son. Seems fairly extreme.
Well, but that's what the classic ketogenic diet is. So what you've been practicing is a modified ketogenic diet, even at 25% carbohydrate.
Right.
So can anyone see my camera right now? Just before I go.
Yep. Yeah, we can see it.
Right. Well, that's the mural on the wall of my gym. Okay. And you can see the 2 circles on the outside there, yeah? And the line joining them. That's what I call getting stuck on the bridge, all right? This can apply to diet, health, just your life in general, where on the right, you're solely focused on one thing, everything else closed off. Once something goes wrong, boom, you're down there, you're broken, you're not focused on anything, and then boom, you're back up to the right again. And then you go boom, 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 bounce, bounce, rebound, rebound, rebound between the 2. What you need is what's in the middle there is a balance. And you can see the 4 elements there. I won't get into it in detail, but you've got that balance there, which also allows you to reach out to those extremes. So if you need to do something extreme, like completely eliminate something for a while, if we're talking dietary, then you can do that. But you can always come back to the middle because you've got a balance. You can also, let's say, I don't know, break your ankle so you can't go running. That's you on the left, but because you've got balance, you can reach out to that extreme, but you can come back. This can be applied to all areas of life. Just imagine what each of those elements represents for you: fire, water, earth, and air. In the fitness sense, fire would be cardio, water would be recovery, earth would be strength, and air would be mobility, just for argument's sake. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to show what I mean by rebounding between the extremes.
Real quick before you go, you're going to leave. I wanted to ask if you have an opinion on like a generic labeled fish oil versus a krill oil versus a cod liver oil. I take a cod liver oil supplement, and that suggest that over fish oil, a generic fish oil, and I've seen a few people that just say the majority of people probably don't even need it.
Well, I mean, again, that can partly come down to genetics. If you're landlocked and you just can't get fish and that's in your genes, then you're not as you don't necessarily need that. You can get oils from other places. As far as recommendations for oils, Pepe seems to have a very good one, so I would go with him. But other than that, you just want a really good one, organic, preferably if it's been sourced from the North Atlantic, and then obviously if it's been how well it's been processed.
What's your opinion, real quick, on black seed oil?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Good anti-inflammatory, for sure. But again, that's a resort back to our conversation earlier. It's like no one thing is the answer to anything. No one thing is the answer to anything. So you can play with these things, etc. Me personally, the majority of supplements, etc., and stuff that I do, I've done pretty much everything there is going, and they don't really do much for me. All right, but then, like I say, I consume my environment. I'm also out in my environment a lot. I have that, that capability here. I move a lot, and I also don't restrict myself in how I live, per se. Obviously within reason, because I like satisfaction in my life, as Pepe very well pointed out a couple of hours ago, over trying to chase happiness. So yeah, I mean, when people say, what do you think about this? They can all be good, but again, they can all be useless to you personally. But everything is pretty much no good unless it is in combination with many other factors. Movement being good, or mind and body health being the two main things, obviously, which help to combine and improve spiritual health and yada yada yada. But yeah, I'm not going to say one thing's amazing or not, because everything has to work in harmony. I'll be back on in an hour, guys. Hopefully, maybe you are learning about crypto at that point. But I need to go for now. That's my guy just arrived. All right, Joseph.
Thanks very
much.
Take care, DG.
And again, anyone else on here that maybe missed out, if they want that breathing ebook, just send me a message. I've got a copy in my phone. I will shoot it over to you, no problem.
Yes, thanks. Yes.
Yeah, it was interesting. There was a period where I was probably taking like about 12 to 20 different supplements. And I actually got to the point where because of that, I think I was taking probably about 2/3 less insulin than I normally would take. But at a certain point, like I started trying something, and I had this really bad reaction. And it could be that the reaction was not at all related to the supplements. It was just more like the heart problems that I was having at the time. But I actually ended up like, passing out for like 10 minutes on the sidewalk, just losing
Oh my
consciousness,
gosh.
passing out. And at the time, I thought it was because of the supplements, but my doctor seems to think it was more because of just my general heart health at the time. But yeah, I don't know. Since then, I just kind of cut out all the most of the supplements, but I haven't really gotten back to working them back in. But I don't know. There was some that it definitely seemed to improve my my insulin levels and
Are you
insulin.
taking any heart medications?
Oh yeah. Well, just the stuff that's prescribed for me, but nothing specifically.
Well, sometimes
supplement for my heart.
Yeah, sometimes some of these supplements might counteract some heart medications. You have to cross-reference what affects what. That might be a pill, and I can't take a grapefruit, because grapefruit will counteract the potassium pill that I have.
Yeah, I've heard lots of things about grapefruit. I don't tend to eat it anymore, but I never really liked it before. I mean, it was okay, but like you always had to add a lot of sweetener.
I absolutely
Yeah, I
love
mean,
it.
the supplements I'm taking these days are pretty limited. Like as I said, like cod liver oil, and similar type things. Not too much, like vitamin D, vitamin K, stuff that I don't think has any sort of interaction with the heart meds that I'm taking. But I'll have to look into that again.
Take good care of yourself, man. I wish it wasn't dry stuff about that, low inflammation. Like, this thinking, this whole arthritis thing makes me off guard because never really had any issue with a certain half of the issue with sleeping with my back. And, it seems like it come upon me. It could come upon me fast, not gradually like that. I asked the doctor about, hey, what can I get rid of this freaking arthritis stuff? He got laughed at, can't do anything about it. What? Can't do anything about it? How'd I get it? And he's like, well, you're just lucky, I guess. It's luck of the draw. Jeez.
Hey, Drone, I would recommend going to this root cause type of PCP that I had mentioned before. They're also known as functional medicine physicians. They're the ones that would get to the root cause of your arthritis instead of treating the symptoms.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I really wished for a while that we could get an overhaul of the FDA and the stuff that they generally push, like the food pyramid.
Food pyramid is ridiculously off.
It's sad.
It's completely the opposite.
It's sad. The standard American diet. It's disgusting.
I see what you did there. SAD, Standard American Diet. Sad. Just got it.
I shifted to a pretty cool diet if anybody's interested, in terms of like it's pretty low carb, but it definitely doesn't cut out carbs. But I'll fast every morning. Then at noonish, I'll eat just like a big salad. I basically do the same thing every day. It'll be a big salad with like a lean piece of protein. The salad will just be like either a little vinegar, like Greek yogurt, garlic salt, or just lemon juice and olive oil, or just kind of some whole food type of dressing. And then for dinner, I'll do a piece of protein, a ton of veggies, either like another salad or just something roasted or put in the air fryer, just toss in some like salt and pepper, garlic salt, and then just a carb there. Like that'll be my final carb, or the only carb I really eat during the day, which will be potatoes or pasta or rice. And I've felt just absolutely amazing. It's 2 meals a day, so it takes a little bit to shift to, and obviously that second meal is pretty big. But man, like workouts are good. I haven't been losing. Like I'm trying to sustain the weight I'm at right now and just gain muscle and lean up. And I've been doing it for about 6 months now. And it's really helped me with just energy levels, focus. My skin looks great. Highly recommended it. I got it from Andrew Huberman. But the reason for eating the carb last is you just sleep a lot better. Because your blood sugar goes up and then it'll dip down right when you're headed to bed. So highly recommend that protocol.
Everything sounded great until you got to the potatoes and rice part.
I love my carbs though. If I don't have any carbs, man, I'm a crabby hungry man. I need to do something that fills me up during the day.
I don't know, man. When I was on ketogenics, I was the best I've ever felt in my life. I didn't miss carbohydrates one bit. I was very satiated with the moderate protein, no sugar. I didn't have those insulin spikes. When you eat sugar, it spikes your insulin, and when it comes back down, the chemical in your body tells you you're freaking hungry. I was the least hungry I had ever been on proper keto. The least hungry. I had the least inflammation I've ever had. I felt the greatest. If it wasn't for my stupid bad association with food, with temporary gratification from eating bad foods due to, feeling bad, losing my house on the golf course and all this bull crap. I went back to food as a crutch, which was a bad association. But getting back on the ketogenics, everything's doing great. But man, it's best I've ever felt taking out carbohydrates like potatoes, rice, breads, enriched flour, and things like that. And after the first 2 weeks, man, I never missed it. Never. Oh, by the way, I still had those type of things. I just used almond flour and coconut flour. I still had those kind of things. I just replaced it with something else in moderation.
I was going to ask about the almond flour and coconut flour, if you've tried doing that, because that's what one of the parts where I'm at right now. I'm like replacing some of the dishes that I would kind of usually eat with like an almond flour and coconut flour mix.
Could I just?
Yeah, oddly enough, I still had cookies and stuff like that with monk fruit and almond flour and things. I still had my sweets. It just didn't affect my insulin level.
Could I just ask for the name of the gentleman mentioned about this 2-meal diet? Are you still in here? It sounds good to me.
Yeah, his name is Andrew Huberman. Check out he has a podcast called the Huberman Lab. It's fascinating. If anybody else knows about him, he's been on Joe Rogan a couple times, but he basically is a Stanford neuroscientist, and he just does a lot of research. He kind of goes through all the latest research, and check out his episode on intermittent fasting. I think that's where he kind of goes into detail on why he does it, when he does it, how he does it, and has it set up. But he brings it up quite a bit. I think he brought it up also on Joe Rogan, and in other interviews. But yeah, I think his episode on intermittent fasting is the one he talks about it specifically.
Nice.
Yeah, that intermittent fasting, man, that's real stuff right there. I did that when I was on keto, and I lost 79 pounds in 6 months. And that intermittent fasting, not eating in the morning, waiting till noontime. Now, I don't know how one's going to deal with that, eating carbs at nighttime, because that, drops your blood sugar in the morning and you'll be super freaking hungry. So good on you if you can do that.
Yeah.
I was able to intermittent fast without all the carbohydrates. I could do a 16-8 fast and with little to no problem.
So I've been doing 16-8 fast now for like probably a year. First I started only like 3 days a week, and then I did 4 days a week, and now it's basically every day. But I'm not trying to lose weight. Like I struggle with gaining weight. I'm trying to stay at my current weight.
Rub that in a little bit.
It's the same problem, just backwards, man. I'm telling you, it's just
it's not the same problem, my man. I appreciate the sentiment, bless your heart.
I know,
by God, it's not the same problem.
It is.
I got good genetics. I'm very fortunate for the way my dad is. I'll be honest, but
good, you lucky bastard.
I know, right? Yeah.
I'm also trying to gain weight. It's not easy. Because I train a lot. I'm also starting this intermittent fasting, and my worry is to lose weight actually, and I don't want to lose it. And I train a lot. I train like three times a week jiu-jitsu, 3 times a week gym. I cycle a lot, so like I'm very, very, very active, and my worry is to losing muscle.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of my big thing. So I train a lot too. I play like high level volleyball. I'm very, very active in terms of like hiking and stuff. And that was my biggest thing. A bunch of my buddies were doing it. They're like, dude, I feel great. I'm like, focused at work. I feel awesome. My workouts are better. Everything's so much better. I'm like, I don't want to lose weight. And they're like, basically what it comes down to is like those 2 meals, you just need to take in enough calories. I mean, a lot of it at the end of the day is calories in, calories out. Like if you do, if a lot of people cut out that, that breakfast and then just have the same size lunch and dinner. So they are cutting their calories down. I just make sure to eat enough during those 2 meals. And then even sometimes if I'm like a little hungry in between my 2 meals, I'll do like a protein shake with, just protein powder, a banana, some frozen fruit, olive oil, like oatmeal, just to kind of fill me up. But yeah, you just want to make sure that those 2 meals that you're doing are a little bit heavier, or just, have more calories in them, because then you're not going to lose weight at that point. And yeah, and in terms of the workouts, like that was another fear of mine. I, wake up in the morning, I would do a little bit of work. I'd squeeze in my workout right around like 11:30, and I was like, I'm going to pass out. Like I can't work out on an empty stomach. And it took a little bit of getting used to, but yeah, my workouts are a lot better. As soon as I finish that workout, I'll do like a 10-minute meditation or just stretch, get the heart rate down, and then I'll go into the kitchen and make my salad with my piece of protein. And it just, yeah, I mean, you eat then, and it's light too. So like, I'm not like falling asleep after, after I have that lunch. But yeah, it works out if you just squeeze in all those calories in the 2 meals.
Sounds
in
good.
terms of
Sounds
not,
good.
yeah, in terms of not losing
I'm
weight,
actually
yeah.
going through. Yeah, I'm actually going through similar structure of the day as you describe. I've got my jiu-jitsu at 11:30, and it's pretty extreme. But I started this fasting, so I go on empty stomach now. And few first times were like, I was really like, what am I gonna fight? On with, where's my fuel? But yeah, it's just it feels better and better from day by day.
Yeah,
So
It'll
just
take
getting
time.
used
I
to
mean,
it.
yep, exactly. I mean, it's like you're, I don't know, I think Huberman talks about it in one of his things. It's like, your body's in that fight or flight mode. It's like you need to survive, go find food, you need to basically, your cells are operating at a more functional and efficient level, because you are basically starving and you're hungry, you're in ketosis. So, your body's going to be more focused, more aware, and you're just going to push yourself harder.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks.
And if you're active and exercising, you're not going to lose any. You're not going to lose any muscle, eating ketogenically. I know there's a gentleman, Matt DeLauer. He's like a bodybuilder type thing, and he's a big proponent of ketogenics. He has a great channel. Explains why cutting sugars out and all that stuff helps you, and how much muscle you can build eating ketogenically, and how you're working out on an empty stomach. It's not going to be bad for you. In fact, promotes different things when it comes to building muscle and stuff. So Matt DeLauer, he's got a great channel. Super knowledgeable guy. He's not a doctor, but he's done his own research almost like a doctor on his own reconnaissance. It's just it's amazingly knowledgeable. And he backs everything up by research and references, not just going by what he says.
Hey, Drone, did you ever see a photo of him like at his wedding when he was like 300 pounds? And now he's
he was a big boy. Yeah, he was a big boy. I was like, now dude is like, Mr. America. I'm like, good Lord. Mr. Freaking Overachiever, look at you.
Yeah, he still has the stretch marks from when he was a fat pig.
Yeah, and you know what? He's proud of those stretch marks, because he'll show them. He shows them a lot, saying, "Look, I overcame, bad eating the yo-yo, sugars, yo-yo sugars. I'm starving, I'm hungry, I'm satisfied, I'm starving, I'm hungry, I'm satisfied, type of deal, and kept it on an even keel. And he was my big inspiration, doing keto stuff.
I follow him as well. I think he's pretty great.
Who was that? Sorry, I missed that part.
I was saying I follow Matt DeLauer as well. I think he's pretty great.
The guy to follow, and he's boring as hell, but in terms of being a weightlifter and keto, is Dom D'Agostino. He is, I'd say, the top 2 or 3 keto researchers. The guy does grand rounds at Moffitt Cancer Hospital here, and he puts all those patients on a ketogenic diet, a classic ketogenic diet. That's why I'm so certain as to what the macronutrient compositions are. and he gets amazing results because he basically starves these tumors of their energy source.
Right, right. Because sugar feeds cancer.
Hey guys, quick anecdotal here. With intermittent fasting, I noticed some change in my libido, and I did some preliminary research and saw that intermittent fasting can lower your testosterone. I just as a layperson put two and two together, and once I started eating twice a day, went right back to normal. Anybody else ever lived through that?
I'm a bad case study because I went through a breakup right when I started my intermittent fasting. So I don't know. I feel like my levels and emotions might have been a little messed up. But yeah, I haven't felt like, I guess I haven't tested my testosterone, so it's completely coming from me. But I feel like my levels are pretty good. Like, yeah, I mean, I wake up hard as a rock. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I feel good.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, like, I mean, I've only had my testosterone tested once, like in a lab, but I mean, it was normal. But that said, like, I have no libido, so it's kind of hard to compare.
I'm pretty sure I don't remember if it was that Huberman lab on intermittent fasting that I was listening to, but I think he goes through quite a bit of, I don't know if it's that one, but I know he definitely touches on fasting and testosterone. It could also be in his testosterone episode. He has one just specifically about like estrogen and testosterone. But yeah, I remember hearing him mention stuff. I just don't remember which way it goes, but I think it would catch my eye if it said it lowered, like intermittent fasting lowered testosterone. So I think it either has no effect or maybe increases testosterone.
Ladies, sorry to interrupt the diet talk, the diet communication. It's fine. I don't oppose it. Let me just ask you one question, then you can continue. The question is to all of you. This is Top Cat here. My voice is just because I got the monkey flu or something like this. But then you can continue the diet thing. My question is, if X dropped from 50 to 5 cents, from 50 cents to 5 cents, why can't Bitcoin drop from 50,000 to 5,000 as well?
Well, my answer, and I guess maybe somebody else can chime in, is Bitcoin is just a very more mature market. Hex has been around for 2 years. It's going to be more volatile. It's going to have more sharp ups and downs. I mean, as you can tell, last year what Bitcoin did. I don't even know.
But Richard said that X would outperform Bitcoin in this bear market.
Yeah, I mean that's a cool prediction. I mean, everybody's keeping their fingers crossed for that. But who knows? Maybe Bitcoin is going to drop. I mean, I think Bitcoin is going to drop. I have buys in for Bitcoin at 22 and 21,000. I think it's going to go that low. But yeah, I mean, time will tell.
But what Richard meant, what he meant by that, Top Cat, talking about outperforming Bitcoin, was when you take into account the robust yield that one is able to ascertain through staking. So when you factor that in,
He said the bear market. He said the bear market. We're not talking about.
I know, but when he talks about outperforming Bitcoin, what he really meant to say was simply price appreciation or price dips. I mean, they're all going to dip 85% plus or minus, but it's the yield that differentiates Hex.
Well, plus, and it's not the micro too; it's the macro, the long term. Over the long term, it's outperforming Bitcoin over the last 2 years. It's outperformed Bitcoin, and it's like Bitcoin's the first 2 years. I mean, but these dips are like obviously local dips are always going to happen.
Like you can't get away from it. The entire market's going to shit.
Yeah, but he was bragging about that the X wasn't dipping as much as Bitcoin. He was bragging about.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's gonna talk it up when he can. I mean, he's obviously, but the bear market is just beginning, boys. Like, let's be real. We got a long, cold summer, winter, and spring 2023 ahead of us. So, we'll see what happens till then.
What really you got to tell yourself is like you got to, if you believe in Hex as the product, like what it's done, do you fucking load up now and do you wait out and then see this thing fucking shoot out of the gate once like the market turns around and we're on Pulsechain and all these other, you know what I mean? Like we have this huge massive dip, and then there's a lot of haters that are like, oh, look at Hex, it's dipping. Well, like everything's fucking dipping. The point is it always dips and then it always just rebounds to the upside. And so can you emotionally and intellectually like handle the dip and then wait for the upside to happen like a year from now?
No, the dip is good. You're right. The dip is good. My question is, we know X is gonna outperform a lot of other projects in the future. The question is, if 5 cents is a very good opportunity to buy X cheap, 1 cent would be an amazing opportunity, right? Will we see 1 cent? Or maybe 0.05? What do you think?
I think anything's possible. I really do. It all depends on buy and sell pressure and how much liquidity is available. I will say this. What scares me about 5 cent hex, or where we're at now, 7 cent hex, is that Bitcoin has not capitulated yet. And so that leads me to believe maybe hex has capitulated when it dipped to 3.7 or 8, whatever it was, at the ultimate bottom. Once the LP guy dumped 140 million hex on our heads at market. But what's going to happen when Bitcoin finally capitulates? What happens if it goes to 11,300, like RH has said? What will Hex then do? So I think it has room to go down.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of room to go.
I mean, Bitcoin goes to 11,000, hypothetically speaking. Yeah. Hex could absolutely go dip lower, sure. And then it'll rebound like it always does. But like in my mind, I always expect shit to go lower. You know what I mean? I'm always prepared for shit to dip 50% from where it is. And then it dipped 50%. Like I could go another 50%. Sure, why not?
It is Top Cat, man. You sound horrible, dude. Hope you're feeling okay.
I've been struck by the monkey flu. Monkey flu is the name, right? I listened something about monkey.
Monkeypox. Monkeypox.
No, not pox. It's not pox. Just the throat.
Yeah, monkeypox is the current events.
It's probably just a normal flu. They're just calling it monkey flu just to scare everybody.
Like dip the price dip the price down, and I was happy to see that because I want those types of people in Hex to dump when they're not getting much money at all, so that that Hex can be rebought and staked by other people who are public and will hold it up. So, like, I'm okay with it. It's kind of the nature of the beast.
Top Cat, would you say that you are accumulating BTC at the same level that you're accumulating Hex, or is there a difference? right now?
No, I was clear about my positions. My last purchase wasn't a purchase actually because I'm low on fiat. I'm very highly exposed. I was already highly exposed on crypto. I took my cash outs of crypto just for my travels and my good life. I did this cash out in 2 moments in May last year and November last year. I cashed out like 10% of all my crypto portfolio, which is good to keep me on this kind of way of life for more 2 years. And in 2 years' time, if crypto didn't rebound, then I have to find a job. But for 2 years, I can survive in this style of life. Now, what I did was swapping 10 ethers for X when X was at 13 cents. This was my last trade. It was like a month ago or 3 weeks ago. My last swapping for X, which I've been accumulating X for the last 6 months. I bought X. Even at 20 cents, I bought X. My last purchase was at 13 cents. And then was the crash. And now here we are.
Did you sell the ETH for? At what level?
Oh, look, I swapped it in Uniswap for X, 10 ether. At the when X was at 13 cents, I don't know what was the price of ether. I just swapped it. It was before the crash. I mean, like 3 weeks ago, something like this. I would put my hand on fire that X doesn't break 10 cents level. I was not counting with these player whales. Right? I didn't account them in my math. I was sure Bitcoin doesn't drop below 30. Or if it does, would rebound quickly, wouldn't stay there more than a week. I still believe this. I actually, the guy saying that you'll buy Bitcoin at 22,000, you'll never buy it at 22,000. It's a dream for him. It will never get there. I was also believing X would drop below 10 cents, but would not stay down there for much longer. But it stayed. But doesn't matter. Just speaking my mind. Don't worry.
Yeah, you really don't know how low everything will go until BTC finds its bottom. Until that anything's possible for any alt.
Bitcoin found the bottom because, as opposed to X, Bitcoin has a parallel economy, right? You don't have people buying drugs with X. You don't have people laundering money with X, but you have people laundering money with Bitcoin. You have people using a parallel economy with Bitcoin, buying drugs with Bitcoin, right? Washing money with Bitcoin. People don't wash money with X. That's why Bitcoin cannot drop. But there is a basal flux of transactions that looks like an elastic that will pump it back once it drops, because this volume doesn't permit a price, because the coin is like the unit of carrying a value. It's the unit of transport of value. If you shrink the unit of transport of value, you have to increase the volume to transport the same value, right? It's just the dynamics is just like physics. Is mathematics. Mathematics, physics is the same, right? So that's why Bitcoin cannot drop below a threshold that supports the parallel economy. So it will not go to 22K, guys. Put this in your head.
I believe Bitcoin will drop below 20K within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Within the next 2-3 weeks?
Within the next 2 to 3 weeks, it'll drop below 20K.
Oh, I will get some popcorn. Wish you luck. I would buy because I have some money coming. So I would buy.
Hey, Top Cat, did you get that fixed with the bank? You got that all squared away in regards to getting your funds?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you get it all squared away with the bank so they would release your funds.
Yeah, Swissborg. I wasn't able to provide the documents they needed, so they sent me the USDC back to Binance. Then I was able to provide documents that they accepted, and now I have the third level third level. I don't know what's the name. So I would already be able to process the money even if they didn't return it. So, but they returned it before clearing, before the third level clearance. Now I have it, so I could already use Swissborg again. In the meanwhile, I also have clearance on Kraken, as the French guy suggested me. It was a very good suggestion. So in Kraken, I can process $100,000 per day. It's pretty enough, completely enough for me. And I have also Coinbase is not. I'm still stuck on Coinbase. They didn't clear me in Coinbase. It's still pending for 2 years already. Coinbase is. I forgot about Coinbase already. So now I have my ways of escape. Right, my escape routes are right now Swissborg, which is again online, Kraken, and I have other. I have Bitfinex. I have FTX. Is also ready to go. I have crypto.com. I'm fine. I have a lot of escape routes. No problem.
Tiger, what's your case for dropping that low? I mean, we've already gone to war. We've already seen the other markets start to tank. Like, what narrative and what world do you, and what vehicle sends Bitcoin that low in the next 2 weeks?
It's just for sure. The sentiment, man. The sentiment on the people is that the sentiment makes you believe. Sentiment makes you feel it coming. You ask him
And
what he offers
otherwise,
you. Feel
consumer confidence is probably what's going to drive things down. People aren't confident in spending their money or investing.
You said
Yeah, but how does that push the Bitcoin price down? I mean, where were people really buying? A lot of them were probably buying the top. But I don't know. I don't think that retail has enough money in BTC to do it.
I mean, during these times, it's so important that you have, your cash reserves.
Gamma, can you turn up? Sorry, Gamma, can you turn up your mic, dude?
Day to day, and then you don't have to fucking worry as much about the fucking dips.
Gamma, turn up your mic, please. Can't hear you, man. I want to hear what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Somebody talking?
I had to leave and come back. I think I couldn't barely hear, and you could barely hear me.
Yep,
Yeah, it's much better.
Yeah, I had to leave and come back because Telegram sucks. No, what I was saying was it's so important that you have cash reserves to get you through these dips so that you're not stressing about the fucking dip as much. And then, if you're a dip buyer, which, obviously at some levels, everybody's a dip buyer at some level. But even if you're not a dip buyer, at least you can just ride it out. You know what I mean?
Guys, a question: Is Richard waiting for Bitcoin to be around 11K before he launches Pulsechain?
No, I don't believe that he's waiting. He literally is waiting for the developers to finish the little bit of work they have left.
He's not. He's waiting for 11,000 Bitcoin. He knows in his head. He's sure Bitcoin comes to 11,000. That's what he wants to launch. But just Bitcoin will never get there.
Well, then that's why it's even better to have cash reserves and you're not fucking stressing every fucking day selling the bottoms, right? Because literally it could be next month, it could be 3 months from now. Nobody fucking knows when Pulsechain's going to launch. It will launch, but in the meantime, we're in this limbo period.
Top Cut, just for you to understand the kind of risk he would have to take to try and time the market. If it happens in 3 days, great, good stuff. A bear market could also last 6 to 12 months. Would you be willing to wait a fucking year just for some price to occur? Nobody knows when that will happen, if it will happen, when that will happen.
But he thinks he
If
knows.
maybe, when no.
He thinks he knows because he brags
Dude,
about
he knows
calling
the
the
price
tops
level that could happen, but he
accurately.
doesn't know when. You are conflating price with time. Time, nobody knows. Anybody who claims in crypto or stock markets to know when something will happen is full of shit. Somebody who says they know what price level is going to hit, they might have a good point based on some data, but nobody knows the time.
Here's my point. I'll say one. I think it's more important that Pulsechain is live and working when the bottom happens than waiting for the bottom to happen. If it's a month, if it's 2 months, fine. But Pulsechain is live through the bottom and then it comes out through the other side. Because we're literally so close to a market bottom, it doesn't fucking matter. And I don't understand why people think that he's waiting for the bottom, because literally Pulsechain launching and actually working is a lot more important than timing a fucking bottom.
It's because every other day we have somebody come in here with that theory and then somebody else picks it up. It's like, oh, that's genius. Like, no, it's been debunked. Like, there's no way that makes any sense.
Plus, it'll be your life draft. If people are, if they see whatever ETH and BTC is going down, and then they see there's this new shiny object, and everyone's interested in that, and it's starting at a way, they can swap in for under a penny psychologically. Maybe they're going to come over and slide over, or take their airdrops or start to use PulseX and actually like it in the ecosystem and stay.
I mean, he said in the past, right, that launching during a bear market isn't that bad, but we are already in it. Like, what other level do you need to wait for? The exact bottom? Nobody knows when or what that will be until it's been, reversed. And it actually may have been reversed already. Who knows?
If you guys look at the price chart, Hex launched pretty close to kind of a bottom of the bear market, very similar to where Pulsechain is launching. So Richard's very, very smart, and he's timed Pulsechain really well to come out near like when shit's is going fucking horrible right now. Everyone's losing money. Everything's very, very close to bottoming. He doesn't need to time the exact bottom. He doesn't need to wait for fucking 11,000. You know what I mean? We launch next month. It's close enough. We're already like so far down. It'll be fine. But Pulsechain will be live. And then we just deal with a couple months, maybe. If we're going to have to deal with the volatility anyway, it's going to be whatever the price is anyway. And then if the bottom comes in, and then it's up from there.
There are a lot of variables that we didn't control. This stupid war, if it wasn't the war, it would be very easy to just go to the historical charts and try to have the patterns. But this fucking war, sorry for my sorry for my English. Sorry, not my French. Sorry for my English. This stupid war makes all the patterns that we have not fitting, right? This is an outlier, right? This
But
war.
don't this is having any impact on Pulse. Like, you need to get out of that
No,
mindset.
but on the crypto market,
Else we keep
not
coming in
Pulse.
here with that nonsense.
I'm in the crypto market. How can we get out of a bear market?
Dude,
Even
they
in the
happen
stock.
every 5 to 10 years. They're gonna keep happening every 5 to 10 years. Get your
What
head
do you mean?
around it.
These
I've
wars?
sat through
We need
1.5
an European
years of
war,
bear
man.
market in crypto already. This
We have
has barely been 3 months, bro.
look, we have the war at the Europe's front door. right? It's not like
Bro,
in
stop
Iraq.
conflating recent thing causes one another thing. Like just because something recently happened doesn't mean it caused the bear market. You this is a fallacy that happens way too fucking often.
You should
That bear
listen what
market
I'm
would have
saying.
happened either way.
No. You should listen what I'm saying. I say these were changes. If you want to fit the patterns of the past, we can't, because we have an event different than what happened in the past, which is this
And
war.
before that you had the COVID dip, and before that you had other crises. Like what is your point?
My point is that it's not so easy to know when this bear market finishes with these things
I
going on.
don't think
If the,
anyone's really that
right,
concerned here when it will finish, because it doesn't affect Pulsechain launch, period.
So one guy's talking about macro, the other guy's talking about Pulsechain launch. I think you guys are talking about different things.
completely different things, but
Indeed.
I don't answer him more because I'm talking about one thing and he replies me with another. So that's fine for him. It's fine for me.
I'm interested in Fidelity and how we get Hex. Like they just said they're starting to do or accept Ethereum, which essentially means they'll start to accept ERC20s in their 401ks and stuff for their customers. They're managing $1 trillion. Like, how do we get them interested in what's going on here? Do we got to go sign up for accounts and start requesting it?
Even if they are interested, they'll be interested in 0.001% of the portfolio they manage.
It's like $1 billion.
What can do $1 billion? Need $1 trillion to move the market up, to double the prices of everything. You need $1 trillion. Yeah, relax. We get there in time. We get.
Hey, I'm seeing in chat that another sacrifice is going to occur. Is that for PLS or is that for the wallet?
I knew it.
Is that something that's just a joke or what? Please don't say that, Joseph.
Whenever the wallet's ready to go, there will be a
unless
sacrifice to the
somebody's
wallet. I know he has a couple devs working on it right now.
they've got to be preempting their wallet or something.
Yeah, the wallet coin.
No. What I'm hearing is that a sacrifice is about to go down. Is that true or is that not true?
For what?
I don't know. I just seen it in the chat. I was trying to figure out what everybody was talking about. They were saying
If I brought up in here
I was
everything I
laughing,
see in
but
the chat, we would be
must be
filled
a
with misinformation on a
must
daily.
be a
So
scam. It must be a scam. Come on.
I don't know. It was in the main chat, brother.
yes, and how many people are in it? 67 plus thousand. This is a public forum.
So I take it that that's a no then, right?
This is not
That's
serious.
a no.
Come on, guys. It's not serious thing. Skip it.
To your point, though, Joseph, it does look like they are speaking about the wallet.
Okay. But Richard hasn't announced a sacrifice for that wallet, has he? Because I haven't seen anything come over Twitter.
No, in his stream, not his most recent stream, but about 2 or 3 streams ago, he had made mention about the wallet when he was speaking with the 2 girls, from one of them, of which was from Playboy. But that's down the line.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Fidelity has 7.8 trillion under management. 7.8 trillion.
So, but has Richard updated his views on the launch? Because before he said 2 weeks, no. Anything? Any update from him?
No, no update. But you sound like you okay, Top Cat? You sound pretty bad.
Don't worry, I'm fine. No fever, no pain. I'm full of energy. It's just I was with fever and I was with a lot of cough and symptoms. But no, I'm fine. It's just the voice will be the last symptom to go away from this. The guy says not the monkey flu because it's monkey is the pox, it's not the flu. But it was something like this, one of these variants. Yeah, I'm fine. I have just the voice. Doesn't mean I'm already recovered. I like my voice now, though. Would like to keep it.
Something I found to be strange is, and that I wanted to bring to attention was App HEX has stats for HEX on Pulsechain, and they don't seem to add up. But it does seem like testnet. I just don't remember when the statistics start on the 20th of March. So is that when testnet started? I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think the snapshot was taken like the 10th or 12th of March, so having it go public about a week later sounds about right.
I'm just confused that the current HEX stats on HEX on PLS is 17 cents, but I see it as $2 on the testnet.
Yeah, I can't speak to that, I guess.
Well, I guess that's what it'll look like when it happens. I almost cracked a beer prematurely, but I can wait.
Hey guys, is the lunch break for you or what? Stop talking. What happened?
I don't know how many times we can call the bottom.
Look, this upsets me, man. It upsets me. Sometimes I'm banned because I get upset and then the people ban me. But it upsets me. How many of you, let me ask you this, how many of you been here in 2019, 2018? 2018. How many of you were in crypto in 2018?
Here, bro.
How many? When Bitcoin was at trading at 3,700, 4,000. Remember this? Because I remember very well. I have good memory. When Bitcoin was at 4,000, every fucking body was calling 1,000 for Bitcoin. Everybody. And they said in 3 weeks, we see 1,000. Guess what? It never came there. Why you think will be different now when you're going to see 22K, man? Are you smarter than those smarters? You are the same people. You are as smart as they were smart. You think you are. You are not. Right? It's not gonna go there.
Dude. Okay, Top Cat, you gotta protect your voice, man. You don't need to yell.
Yeah, like you're doing it out of nothing. Nobody's like
Thanks for the
disagreeing with
concern.
you. So
Thanks for the concerning.
I agree with you, Top Cat. I think we're in the bottom then. I was here at $1. Do you remember $1?
Screaming Bitcoin. The hyperwave Bitcoin 1700 guy. Remember he died like 2 months after Bitcoin had the COVID crash. He was like 1700, I swear, and then he died.
I'm less concerned of a dollar amount and more focused on the percentage that it drops every cycle, and it's roughly between 80 and 90%. And so at that, we still have a little bit to go.
Were you talking about Bitcoin or Hex?
Just the market in general.
X already dropped by 90, so Bitcoin has a bit of way to go, but it doesn't have to hit an exact percentage either, right? So same rule there.
Yeah,
Ballpark.
it shouldn't be much more. Maybe another little wick or something.
I'm more concerned with the sideways action. We've had that before as well. That can last very long.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I don't think it's going to be as long as like 2018 because a lot more people know about crypto now. Like, remember back in 2018, it was still people still weren't quite sure about it. People.
I mean, it does move in cycles. I mean, I remember in 2018 was the same thing, right? We had the entire ICO bullshit cycle, and then those people got shaken out. It was quite a large amount by any means, but it's nothing compared to what's happening now. And I
But
believe that will happen again in a few years.
I remember talking to people about crypto back then, and they were like, it's a scam. The government's going to shut it down. I don't think people are still saying that. Well, maybe a few, but not many.
Doesn't the government have
You
like
have a different
billions in
form of that now.
hex?
You have the same now with NFTs, which they have a point, but it's regardless. Like they give it a bad name, but it's the same thing in a different shape. And history doesn't repeat itself. History rhymes.
Doesn't the government have like billions in hex from like the Bitfinex scandal? I don't think they've got. I mean, Gox could still come out. Like Tether's still an issue, but beyond those like major events, like what could actually dump the price if you need the BTC to sell? And don't we think like institutions are backstopping it, or Or are they kind of double speaking where they're saying we're bringing adoption, but really they would be sellers to try to get their buy orders that are at the lower rank?
Yeah, I think all the bad news is done now. I mean, what more bad news can you have? Didn't the last 2017 cycle, didn't that end with BitConnect? Kind of feels similar to the Terra Luna thing.
Yeah, it was around the same time. It was in like the spring of whenever that year was, yeah.
Yeah, the Luna thing is very reminiscent of that. The moment people start trying to get out some liquidity, this happens.
And you had like the futures launch at the top and then the BitConnect at the bottom. And this time you had, wasn't it the Coinbase or something at the top and Luna at the bottom? Kind of similar.
And it's the time of the day where I drive by it's the time of the day where I drive by a golf course and scream, "Let's go, Brandon."
Doesn't mean anything to me.
So I don't know if anybody cares to hear this, but this is pretty simple math. The 2014 cycle, Bitcoin went down 83% from top to bottom. The 2018 went down 81%. So if we were to match that, just average those two out for this one, that would put it at Bitcoin around 14.
It's funny you say
The
that. I
other,
was just doing
do
the
it the
same
other way
thing.
around as well. Do it the other way around as well. How much it went up?
History doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme.
Right,
That's the
right.
word going around
Answer me.
anyway.
But answer me. How much did it go up before that 80% in both cases? How much did it go up before that 80%? If history rhymes, tell me how much it go up. 100x in both cases. How much did it go up this time? 3x. So it doesn't rhyme, man. Doesn't rhyme at all.
Right. I got you. So you're talking about the gains from the previous
top, from the previous all-time high to the
Gotcha.
next all-time high. Right?
I would say
From
that
all-time
counts
high
as a
to
rhyme.
all-time high, 100x, and then 80% correction. 80% correction after 100x. You want 80% correction after 3x? This is how history rhymes
Well,
for you?
let me tell you though that after 2014, right, we had the 86% dip, and then we had 84% dip after that, and a 1,600% increase after that. So what's next? Can easily be another 84%. But
Tell
yeah,
you what's
it
next.
sure looks like a reversal to me, but
tell
you
you-
never know.
I tell you what's next. We are in a corridor. We are not even in a bear market, not in a bull market. We are stuck in a corridor between 30K and 70K. And we are in this corridor. That's where we are now. Possibly we are still in a bull market. Possibly we never left the bull market. We are just stuck in a corridor before we continue up.
Yep, could be.
I keep hearing rumblings about the 2028 pump having Bitcoin going to be a lot bigger than the next one for some math reasons I've yet to understand, but I keep hearing that.
So Top Cat, question for you. When does it leave your corridor and become a bear or a bull? Because you're saying 30,000, so it does it have to reach 29.9? Does it have to reach 25? Where does it go when you say when you change your trend?
Wait. Let me just check my crystal ball. 1 second.
No. Your opinion is that we're still in a corridor, right? Between 30 and 70. So my question to you is, as soon as it goes to 29.9, do you change your mind?
That's to break the corridor, right? That's to break the corridor. Just doesn't make sense to me that we'll break the corridor to the downside, right? Because to break the corridor to the downside would open an unprecedented event, which is correction over 80% after a less than 10x valuation. Never happened. Don't even at lower market capitalizations of 2014 and below. It never happened. Why would happen now that is more stable and more adoption, right? So it must break to the upside. That makes sense. That's rational. Everything else is just fear and sentiment. I don't see it breaking to the downside. But hey, it could happen, right? It could happen. Everything can happen. So I expect we'll, in 15 days, 3 weeks, we may go back to 40K, then build a higher low at 32K.
No way.
Also, based on the charts, it roughly takes about 2014 and 18 were roughly the same. So it takes about 1 year from the top to the lowest part. So that would put us around November.
Yeah, but the market, the total market top was in May, not in November. So you are 1 year now from the total market top. So this should be. Don't change it. Don't change it to favor your sentiment. Be realistic. It was 1 year ago the top of the crypto market, not in November.
The top was in November of last year.
You mean the total crypto market, or are you talking about Bitcoin?
Yeah.
BTC.
But I'm talking about the total crypto market.
Total crypto market was in November as well.
Okay. So then you're right.
But guys, all the TA makes absolutely no sense, because we could get the feds to come out tomorrow and say inflation is worse off than what we thought, and we could crash 12,000 points. Or they could come out and say, okay, inflation ain't as bad as we thought, and we could pump 12,000 points. So I don't get how the TA is so important when
TA
basically
and
we could get one
fundamental
announcement.
analysis don't exclude each other, also, G. You can do
So-
both, but you can't say, well, I have some fundamentals, so therefore TA does not matter.
But that applies to parabolic rises with one top, and then 1 year after we have the bottom. But we have double top. So I don't think that we can consider this from the second top. From the first top, in a double top, from the first top, we are now 1 year after it. It was a double top.
So
But
TA
the
and
first top, what do you
fundamentals.
mean? You mean the end of 2008, the beginning of 2018, or which top? You have to specify.
No, we are talking about double top. May and November. It was Bitcoin reached 60K in May, then again 60K in November. We had a double top this time. So from the first top, we are now already 1 year after. So perfectly, we could have now the bottom.
So to those who feel like TA is irrelevant, TA used by itself may prove to be inaccurate, but in conjunction with fundamental analysis, it proves to be very reliable. But the problem is most people don't know how to properly read TA. TA is just a reflection of market psychology. A cryptocurrency or investment isn't going to go down because it hits some line or because there's a double top or triple top or quadruple top. You have to be able to understand what the price movements actually mean. What do these patterns mean? What is the psychology behind it? When are the institutions getting into the market? When are they exiting? When is the retail getting into the market? When are they exiting? When you can understand the psychology behind TA, then it becomes useful.
Which is why we talked earlier about the BitConnect and this time Luna incident. I mean, I'm not saying those are the exact patterns to determine when's the end of a bear market, but they sure point to that as one of many indicators. It's the
Funny
equivalent
about this,
of a bank run in crypto, I suppose.
this inflation thing. You would wonder why people would keep their money in cash if everyone knows about inflation now. So I think it'll go back up a bit quicker than before, just because of inflation.
Well, first off, if the government came back and said inflation is not as bad as they think it is, that's a total lie. All one has to do is go to shadowstats.com and look at the real numbers. What they're saying is total false. Shadowstats.com. PulseX.com. That's all you need to look at. It has all the numbers you need to look at.
Yeah, it's not like some secret hidden information. Like people remember what they paid for 10 years ago for the same thing you pay now. Like it's not like unrecorded data.
Right. Exactly.
Well, the Fed
But
clearly understands that there's an issue, right? And their number one priority, quote unquote, is to get inflation in check, which is essentially what we're seeing, right? By crashing the markets, it's their way of making people feel poor, right? And then people are less likely to spend money. I think that's the main cause of it. It's essentially wealth destruction that they're doing right now after creating a massive bubble by the printing that they did. But I think the war kind of threw like them off a little bit. Like they thought they had it under control, and then that just made everything even worse. Oil going up and all that. So now they're just doubling down on all the mistakes that they made to overcorrect.
I don't know. I think they know what they're doing. I mean, that war just gave them a good cover story for all that shit they printed.
I think they need one more major crisis before they bring in their digital currency, and they need that digital currency to move forward.
Yeah, that's a point. They would need maybe they need the dollar to really crash so people can beg for a new currency, I mean, it's not by accident that they just printed a shit ton of money the last couple of years. That's just not an accident. They did it on purpose.
I agree, man. They're just waiting for that opportunity, man. Whether it comes through just true market forces or whether or not they got to dabble with a spigot, they're going to create something that's going to give them the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, but if you look, they're actually strengthening the dollar right now, right? Look at every other currency versus the dollar, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if you're charting the dollar index. Looks like it's about to tank, and euro and pound look kind of bullish. So we could see a nice crash on the US dollar, which would be good for the crypto markets.
I mean, I think they find themselves in a really weird spot where, how much can they raise, right? It's a debt economy, and then you have all this inflation, right? So it's kind of like it worked until like now there's nowhere to go, and I don't know what happens here. I think that's why there's so much fear.
Yeah, I mean, this is
isn't
the
that
first.
Go ahead,
This is
man.
the first time I've ever known like man on the street to be actually talking about inflation. Like I've tried to talk to people about it before, and they just don't know what I'm talking about. But you know what I mean. And I don't know, inflation doesn't just stop. It usually gets worse until the currency's fucked, doesn't it? I don't know. Like Zimbabwe dollar.
I think you crash everything, you destroy enough wealth, create a recession, people lose jobs, homes, cars, and then you do like a essentially like a reset.
Yeah, and then they bring in their new shiny new currency, and they'll say, "Hey, this new currency is going to be great. Just give us your digital ID, thumbprint, eyeball scan, and all that crap, and you'll get your new shiny currency." Social credit system, all the works.
I'm not fully sold on that concept, but man, if things get really bad, when people are in complete, desperate circumstances, then people kind of accept things that they wouldn't normally. So who knows?
The thing about it is, as far as I can remember, it's been a lot of doomsday scenarios. First it was the 2000 computer bug that was going to destroy the world, but it seemed like it always works out for the better.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but this is kind of different though, isn't it? Because how do you stop inflation if they've printed all that money? It's going to feed out into the system. They can't stop. How can you stop it? You can't. They've printed it already.
I mean, inflation is not a new thing that's happened. That's just appeared out of nowhere suddenly, huh? It's been going on for a very long time.
Yeah.
So what's different
but-
compared to the last 15 times it happened?
Well, I don't know, but I've heard people say that like currency, the average lifespan for a currency is like 50 years or something. So I don't know.
Maybe 100, but yeah. But yeah, currencies come and go, but what does it change about this concept we just talked about, especially inflation? Not much. The only thing you could argue is there's a few more people aware of it, but not nearly enough to make a dent.
Isn't that because you're actually starting to see it? Like, food prices and gas prices,
No. I mean, this is very relative where you're located and how old you are and all these things. But I personally have lived through quite some inflation where I'm from, and I know people who've experienced different types of. So it's very limited by who you are, where you are, and this kind of stuff. Like my grandma, I think she lived through some crazy hyperinflation where in the morning the bread was like 50,000 something, and then in the evening it was 200,000. So different people go through different times, and what has changed majorly since.
Yeah, but isn't that inevitable for every currency? I don't know. Because I think, like in the West, we have this kind of attitude that that happens in like foreign countries, it won't happen to us. You know what I mean?
I guess there's a lot of foreign people here, so I don't know what us versus foreign currency means, but currencies come and go.
I mean, like, yeah, I meant like Western countries seem to think like hyperinflation can't happen to them.
I think that's inaccurate. Can definitely happen.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I think too.
So as long as the dollar remains the world reserve currency, right? I think they can manipulate it. Talking about the U.S. and the Fed to kind
I
of
agree.
keep things in check.
Yeah, I mean, but every fiat currency is tied to the US dollar anyway. So I mean, it would just mean that every fiat currency would go to shit. And then, maybe they'll bring in one worldwide fucking digital currency or something.
I mean, it's already happening, right? The dollar's crushing everybody, right? And the worse your economy is, the harder you're getting hit, which is kind of like a double whammy, right? A lot of these third world countries, like things are already bad, and then when the dollar is going up even more, like around the world, it's worse than what we're seeing in the U.S. right now.
I'm trying to figure out which is worse. Like right now, we're paying a lot for groceries, rent, gas. But in 2008, it got to the point where you couldn't borrow any money, and that was bad. That was pretty bad too. But right now paying $5 a gallon for gas, a lot of people on fixed income, that's crushing them. But they're both pretty bad.
Yeah, it's becoming unsustainable if you're below a certain threshold. Your quality of life is definitely down quite a bit.
I think the war will end. They'll get inflation under control somehow, and we'll take off.
But you want inflation, really, don't you? For the crypto markets to go up. I mean, inflation is good for crypto.
Well, if it's too high, no one will have any dry powder to invest in crypto.
They'll have
So I
plenty
think,
because it was printed.
yeah, but how much of that is getting to well, I don't know. I think the market went up fine without inflation.
I got a question. Everybody's talking about this printed money. I ain't seen a damn penny from this printed money. I mean, they're printing money. Who's getting it? I mean, they're printing cash, making inflation go crazy. Where the hell is all this money going? I haven't seen a freaking penny.
Look at the stock market, dude.
Well, you're not going to see more absolute money.
Okay, but
It's
they're
just
not.
the
They're not
value of
giving
exchange.
away.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
being injected
I'm
into the
curious.
market.
Okay, it's being injected, but who's getting this free money that they're printing? Who's
People,
they're printing money, but where's this printed money going?
It's to pay interest as well.
Yeah, crypto drone. How it one way it works is this. You know that there are many people and companies that are high end in the country, right? And so the people that are closer to the money printing are the ones that actually get the money. And it's not that they actually just give people individually money, but envision it this way. These big banks get the quote unquote credit on their account, right? And then they have the ability to lend it out. And so then there's a big company that wants to do a big project, and they hire another company to do that big project, and they borrow that money that was given for free. And that's how it starts getting ingested by the system. You know, you can look up the Cantillon effect and get a lot of definition about this. And so we don't have to talk about it here in the chat. But I mean, basically, the closer you are to that first person or entity, the more money you make. And typically that shows up in these companies in the stock market. That's why people are saying that.
Sure. Yeah, I wanted to ask that question and not sound like a moron, because I feel like everybody else knows something I don't with this whole quote unquote printing money garbage. The Fed's printing money, great. Okay, printing money. I haven't had more than $50 in my pocket at one time for probably 5 years. And when I borrowed for my house, I didn't see a one, green dollar from borrowing. It's all digital. We're all borrowing digitally anyways. It's you get credit, you can borrow for a house. There's not like $100,000 is magically being transferred into somebody's bank. That's a credit. I was just kind of
No, of
curious
course
about,
not.
where's
It's a
this cash
macroeconomic
coming from,
instrument.
right? I'm just
Like, the
wondering
problem
who's
with
getting all this cash
macroeconomics,
that's
it's
being
difficult
printed.
to visualize from an individual point of view. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're not going to
Sure.
have suddenly $50 more or percent, whatever the percentage of inflation was. You're not going to have more of it for sure. But due to the fact that it's a macroeconomic instrument, it gets injected via the banks and the credits.
And they gave
Yeah,
everybody
credits.
stimulus checks. The stimulus check was direct money into people's pockets.
Yeah. If you chose for cash, I guess. Yeah, if you chose to get it. I mean, it went into my bank and I paid for stuff via my debit card. I don't know who's pulling out $1,400 cash out of the bank, but I guess there are people that do that back then.
Hey, Crypto Drone, look up fractional reserve lending.
No, all right. Fractal reserve lending. Okay, things I didn't expect to hear today. All right, I'll do it.
Oh, fractional reserve lending, not fractal. Fractional reserve lending.
All right.
Richard Hart say that's like a false concept or something, that fractional reserve thing.
Oh, it's how banks lend out. So the easiest way to understand this is if a bank has $10, they can loan out $9 of it, and it just repeats over and over and over. And where it's like $1 becomes $10. It's a scam. Just look it up. It's a lot more complicated than that. It's what banks do, and that's how the funding supplies. A lot of it is increased. It's all digital.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
But the banks
Most
really
of
don't
it's
have a
all
limit.
digital. So all these billions of dollars being printed, I'm thinking, where's all this printed money going? Since we do most things digitally, via credit and debit and cards and all that stuff. That's all I was kind of, trying to wrap my head around.
Basically, the government gives the banks a license to print money.
Yeah, well, my local bank's not out in the back printing stuff off a printer, but I think I know what you're saying.
Right. No, your local bank gets their money from the Fed. So the IRS, or the Internal Revenue, the Department of the Treasury gets loans from the Fed.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because where does the Fed
They
get
have
it
to be
from?
paid back on interest as well. So the
Check it
Federal
out, guys.
Reserve is a private corporation. It's not. It's as federal as FedEx is.
It doesn't
That's
matter,
right.
because the Fed just creates out of nothing anyway, so it doesn't matter where it comes
You
from.
got it.
Basically,
So
the bank.
what you got it. So when the Fed creates something out of nothing, and we don't see actual blue hundreds, orange tens, green 20s, it's on spreadsheets, we could say. So it's imaginary internet money. That's the joke that RH says, my imaginary internet money's better than their imaginary internet money.
That's it, man. Yeah.
I think, we're kind of, there's another side to this too. All this printing of money was done to kind
Yeah,
of
what's the other side?
delay an economic recession.
Sorry, bro, we can't hear you talking.
Other side.
Barely.
Maybe re-enter the room.
Also, as bad as we have it in this country, all the other countries are worse. So, it's not just one thing that's contributing to the overall inflation.
Isn't it also interesting that the Federal Reserve was founded the same year the federal income tax was, 1913?
What do you think the significance of that was? Is that to like kind of slow down the inflation or something?
So the banking system created the Federal Reserve System, which was supposed to help from depressions and stuff, but it ended up making it worse. So the way I see it and the way I've learned being an intern for Dr. Ron Paul for a few years is the Department of the Treasury borrows money from the Fed and they have to pay back that interest just like anybody has to pay back interest to the bank when they borrow money. And they just made that shit way worse over time with this fractional reserve lending. This is the big, huge dollar bubble that's going to just pop eventually. This is what we're going through now because they can print that shit left and right. As far as the IRS being created the same year, it's because of that interest that the Department of the Treasury has to pay back to the Fed. So they take it out of everybody's income, which is income tax. That's happened the same year. So that is where it all happened. You have to follow the money. The IRS takes money out of our checks to pay back the interest the Department of the Treasury has to pay back to the Fed. Just like a banking system for an individual, it works the same way at that level too.
It's kind of like a backhander, isn't it? Because they don't need the interest because they can just create money out of nothing. So it's just like some kind of stupid backhander. I mean, it's fucking stupid. The whole fucking system is stupid. Like, if they can print money, what the fuck do you need to pay tax for? It's like fucking retarded.
Well, we see the backlash now of them printing money. So, you know.
Yeah, like Richard R. said, inflation is theft.
So when they talk about these increasing of interest rates, it's called the Fed's fund rate. That rate is the rate that the Fed loans money to the banks. That's what they're talking about when they're talking about raising interest rates.
The federal income tax was started in 1862, and the IRS was also founded in 1862, not 1913.
Thank you, Google.
Just trying to fix some misinformation.
Heard that.
Well, it's been working pretty good this long, so I guess it'll
I
keep working
agree.
good.
Hey, I'm sorry. I meant
What's
to
been
say
working good?
I meant to say the 16th Amendment. I'm sorry, not the IRS itself.
Got it. Well, there's benefits to the system the way we have it. We've in our society, and
Is
the whole
is
world
where they can
has.
catch your ass. So hey, I'm gonna correct myself. The Federal Reserve was started in 1913, and the 16th Amendment was ratified in the Constitution in 1913, which is where the taxing all comes into play. So, regardless of when the IRS was created, it's the income tax that fucks us all that I was talking about. It's tied to 1913. So, my bad, and thanks for the correction.
Well, the federal income tax wasn't started in 1913 either.
Started February 25th, 1913, with the 16th Amendment being ratified.
The 16th Amendment may have been ratified, but we had income tax in this country before 1913 federally.
I think
Well,
you need
tax is theft too, anyway. So
1913
Yeah, it doesn't
or
matter when it started, man. Yes. Whether 1913 or 2000, same thing.
way it's where the taxing, a lot of the taxing started, and it's because we have to pay back that interest that the Fed or the Treasury gets it loaned from the Fed. There's no doubt about that.
but they're just lending out nothing though. They just create shit out of nothing. So you're
right.
basically just giving them a fucking sweetheart deal or whatever you want to call it, a backhander or whatever, just to shut them up. Just like paying off a gangster.
It works.
That's right.
So.
Paying off a gangster. So then, really, the world's reserve currency or the U.S. dollar, by way of the privatized, quote unquote, Federal Reserve, is paying off the gangster that is Big Brother or the American military.
Yeah, and if you don't pay them, they'll come around and break your legs.
Or take your house.
Yeah, that'll do too.
So what does all this mean to us? To me, it sounds like DCA in and wait on the bull market.
Yep, 100%.
Oh yeah, and,
I mean, this is
yep,
what
and
this is what
target all
crypto
your
was
taxable
created.
events.
This is why crypto was created, because people are starting to wake up that the governments are a bunch of gangsters and we need to get away from them.
Whether we realize it or not, we're still playing Monopoly by the bankers' rules.
Yeah, but we can make our own monopoly money. We don't have to use their fucking shitcoin.
Exactly. And I'm perfectly happy with that.
I don't think municipalities are going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, but we've got a better chance of working around them, though. I mean, you had no fucking chance before. At least we have an option now.
Well, I mean, the way to get around it is being an asset that appreciates higher than inflation. So their fake inflation numbers like 8%. It's really more like 20, and it's been more like 10 or 15 or like 10 for fucking years. So
I miss the old days.
if you're an asset that appreciates higher than inflation, then you actually get out of the cycle of debt and poverty that they put you in. And that's one of the things that crypto really does for you. And it places you outside the system where they can't just steal all your money at any time they want. They have to go through like some amount of effort to get your money. Not impossible, but they have to go through some fucking legal knock in your door and then steal your shit through kind of the legal process instead of just freezing your bank account and saying, fuck you, we now have your money. And due process, yeah, we don't need to do that.
Back in the day, we used local Bitcoins. We just meet a guy at the corner of some cafe to exchange his Bitcoins for your cash. We didn't need the fucking approval of the government.
Wait,
Actually,
was it
Bitcoin
better,
wasn't need.
Top Cat?
Bitcoin wasn't made to have government's approval, right?
Wait, how did we
Bitcoin.
get here? How did we get here, Top Cat? Like, how did we get to the kind of fiat money we have? Is it by force or because people wanted it this way because of convenience? Because we didn't want to meet people on the street, some shady dude who exchanges one thing for another. Also, the fact that it takes time and effort to do that is retarded. So I don't want to go back to local Bitcoins.
I
I'm
don't want to
you.
go back neither. I just
Right.
say I miss the time, I miss the day when the government didn't even, the crypto people back in the day didn't even care about the government. The government didn't even knew we existed, and we had an ecosystem of value, right? We were actually not a parallel currency, but I mean, we didn't need approval from nobody to exist, right? Now we need approval. Bitcoin was
Who
made
do you need
to don't
approval
need approval.
from?
You don't need approval to
Where do
spend
you
your
think you need
Bitcoin.
Now you need
approval now?
approval
Maybe
even to
approval
take a crap,
to
man.
get into
In
it,
crypto,
maybe.
you need approval even to take a crap. See what happened to me with Swissborg.
What?
Who do you need approval from?
I don't know the story. So they were bullying me, asking me a lot of documents and this and that, so I could withdraw my money.
Yeah, okay,
I
withdraw
think
into fiat,
I think
but then
that
you're saying in order to exchange value between Bitcoiners, you need approval from who?
We're talking
He's
about
saying
on and off ramps.
KYC. He's
Yeah, of
saying
course, the moment
KYC.
you dabble with fiat, you need approval from the government because the government is the one that issues your fiat. Like this is a no-brainer. But you're talking about local Bitcoins, like it's the heyday of crypto and everything was green and wonderful. Well, I remember that it was highly criminal back in the day, and there was nobody that I know or that we know who was actually exchanging value for anything other than maybe drugs, ordering a hit on someone or whatever the fuck. And then the moment, yes, you want to exchange into fiat, you need government approval. Duh. That's like saying the sky is blue. But if
I want
you really
to
do
sell a
want to
basket of
sell your
apples.
house to another guy who is interested in your Bitcoin, you could theoretically do it. Maybe not with the legal documents in place, but you could do it. What's stopping you?
guys, can I add something here? I just wanted to ask a question, and it's related to Top Cat, just the topic he just explained. And it's just I'm quite concerned because everyone is talking about crypto and how libertarianism and all the stuff all that it was before. I was one of the guys that was buying local bitcoins, like 6 years ago or 7 years ago. But now I am seeing this market, man, like this start looking like a tech stock, and it's just like people in Wall Street speculating about Bitcoin, and Bitcoin behaving as a Nasdaq stock is quite stupid. And I think everything started in the moment when they approved this spot future ETF, and I think this was something that changed everything forever, man. And I think we will see something different in the following 5 years. These cycles and all these theories. I think this is the end. And now we'll have like a growth stock, like really slow growing stock. Like we have to start forgetting about this 1000x, 2000x.
Are you talking about
that's my
Bitcoin right
theory.
now? Can you be specific?
I'm talking about Bitcoin, and of course, man. I mean, nobody here can just deny that Bitcoin is the lead. Like no one can say no. Yeah, okay. Other small crypto will do 1000x. Bitcoin doesn't go up. nothing go up. Look at Hex. Like all these theories, all this, it's everything is broken. I mean, nobody now believes that Hex not attached to Bitcoin. The theory is now broken, and it's the same with all the other ones. So yeah, I mean, maybe you laugh about me in 2-3 years before this, but I think this changed new. I'm starting to check our markets, man. Yeah.
Are you talking about saturation? Because definitely Bitcoin has reached some kind of market saturation, definitely, and that's bound to happen. I mean, it should become less volatile the moment it reaches that level. You know, like that was expected. I mean, people were talking about it 8 years ago, for Christ's sake. Like there were people saying, yeah, but you know, in 10 years it'll reach market saturation. Everyone, it will be so famous, and everyone will be in it. And you know, if there's no new people to get in, it's not going to keep going up like crazy. It'll keep going up in some small way, but not these 10,000x like you said. But nobody's expecting that. Nobody here certainly expects that.
Depends how much they print.
Yeah, of course.
So
It'll go up
what are you expecting?
by the multiplier of however much their inflation is up, right?
So what are we expecting then? So what is the difference of crypto to another tech stuff?
You
What is the
want the
difference? We
highest
have middlemen
performing
and
assets to invest in, right?
it
You don't
was,
want.
it was, it was.
We're not talking about.
Do you
Well, but
think
that's why I'm
it
not
will
invested in
continue?
Bitcoin.
So why you're not invested in a penny stock then? The
Penny
same.
stocks?
Yeah. Why not?
What's the X you get there on average?
In some penny stocks, this last cycle, some of them they did 100, 200, whatever X. But the thing is, like, do you think
So it's
now
not the
your game?
highest performing asset.
Yeah, but I mean, the SP 500 was a performing asset in 50 years ago. I mean,
Of course not.
of course, it was the best. It was the best performing assets in the first year, but this happens to every asset, even to gold, of course.
Hey, I got a question. Is this your first bear market, or was you
It's
around
not.
when in 2017 when Bitcoin went to 20,000, then it crashed back down to 3,000? Because when it crashed back down, it took everything with it. It flushed everybody out the market, and it came back. So what I'm seeing is the same thing happening now.
And in 2014 as well.
But we didn't pop up. We didn't went so up like before.
Of course not.
It's at
Every
this small.
cycle you go up less. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's like a stock market. In the beginning was very volatile, and now is something silly. So we have to forget about this theory, man. I mean, just stop lying up. I just stopped listening to
What
about lying
theory?
myself. You know, I just said like, man, it's enough. You know, like I'm not gonna lie myself. Like this stuff slow down.
I
This
think you're
stuff
mixing
is
it
like
like Bitcoin on its
So
own.
nobody here has the theory that Bitcoin just keeps on going up and you're gonna make 10,000x. Like that's the entire point of this channel,
but you're
probably.
expecting, but you're still expecting you expect that on an altcoin. And the problem with expecting that with an altcoin and is that everyone expects the same for the altcoin. This is why also Bitcoin do not go up, because everyone is just investing in altcoins and everyone is like, yeah.
Well,
So what do you
context
mean by
matters,
altcoin?
right? You what altcoin specifically are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because there's like 150 or thousands of different altcoins, and they all have different ages, different user. Like you got to be specific, and context matters. You're just
Bro,
lumping in a
Are you
bunch of
talking like are you
arguments
talking
into
about tokens
one.
like
if I go to a ranking site and I see a chart right now, this moment, the top 100 chart, top 100 coins, I see the same pattern. Everything is down in the same way. the chart looks exactly the same. Even Hex chart in the last 2 months looks even worse. So everything is down. Bitcoin is down. Do you want to bet against me that if Bitcoin goes to 100K, Hex will go to $1? You want to bet against me? Of course it will. So we are kind of hooked up on Bitcoin. We need the fucking Bitcoin, but nobody wants to buy Bitcoin because everyone wants
So
to
you
have this
like to
exponential gain.
compare charts, right? To see similar patterns. I would like you to do the same with Hex, for example, in Bitcoin for all sorts of other situations, not just this particular bear market, because you will see that in not in every situation they correlate. Sure, in the overall crypto bear markets, everything's going down. We all know that. We've witnessed that 3 times by now. So you're not telling us anything new here, but you are assuming that because of that observation, certain coins, based on whatever, you didn't even say which ones, are not going to continue going up, or they will change their rate, which actually I agree with. Like every cycle, every bear market, the pump afterwards will not be as large as the other one. It will reach new all-time highs. That one is a certain, in my opinion, but it obviously won't be doing another 10,000x. That ship probably sailed. Who knows?
If you consider Feathercoin, Peercoin, and these coins from the past cycles, 2014, before that, they never broke new all-time highs. Never. Old coins from the previous cycles never break new all-time highs. Tronics didn't break new all-time high now in last year. Neo didn't break new all-time high. They were excellent projects from 2017. They didn't break new all-time high in 2021. In the same way, for example, Cardano will not break new all-time high in 2024, and don't even Avalanche or even Matic will break new all-time high in 2024. There will be new projects in 2024 for that.
Exactly.
But what about if this time? Sorry if this sounds silly as fuck and you will laugh about me. But what about if this fucking time is different and this fucking future ETF Bitcoin shit, Wall Street shit is making this shit game different and very similar to fucking Nasdaq? What
Yeah, but
about
you have to when you say what if this time is different, you have to give a good reason, right? You can't just play the what was it called, the set of imaginary horribles, without any backing whatsoever, right? You're just making assumptions like, well, we look at all the past data and sure, it looks fine. It probably will do similar stuff, not exactly the same. It'll rhyme, blah blah blah. But what if it'll be different? Sure, I'd like to humor your what if, but you need to give a more solid reason, in my opinion.
Well, isn't Bitcoin acting differently? Like we've never seen a double top. This is what, the 9th consecutive, 10th consecutive red week? Isn't it doing some things that are a little bit different than past?
Yeah, the double top is new.
Didn't it do a double top in like 2013?
no? It's not the same. It was not the same. I mean, now it's falling
It's never.
from our. So it's okay. I'm not gonna bet the farm in this shit. I'm not gonna bet the farm with this. I'm just gonna put some money every month and then just know that I'm going to fuck all lost my money in the long run. I just
In the
Get
end,
the movement orders.
update your worldview every 5 years, right? Like you're on the right track. You update your worldview every 5 years. You keep looking for the highest performing asset, right? You don't want to get stuck in an asset because maxi. Like nobody, I mean, only morons do that. Nobody here is a Bitcoin maxi. I hope. I hope certainly.
I like the theory from Dixon Piper, this YouTuber. I think he is quite accurate on what he said. I think, I don't know if you guys know him. Dixon Piper.
Is he a Hexkin? I might know.
Yeah, he's a Mexican, 100% the guy. He is, I don't know, you have to look the guy because he's just good, man. I mean, he's very honest, and yeah, I mean, it could he at the point he said like this could be next XRP, you know, like but this Hex is different. It has some differences, you know, and the community is very strong. You know, we're buying the dips. We're not letting fall the shit that much. We compare with other altcoins, and he has some good points there. I think he's not full of crap like some of the other chart analysts that you will see there.
So what was that last comment about saying that tokens don't reach new all-time highs from previous bull runs?
It sounded like a generalization to me.
Yeah, there was just a few of them that happened to.
Yeah, that's why I was asking for specifics, because you cannot lump all the altcoins into one. I mean, yes, they all go down when Ethereum or Bitcoin goes down, but you know, that's nothing new. But they do act differently in bull runs, right? Also their age, how old they are does matter, and you know, what kind of adoption they've achieved in that time. Ignoring all those variables, in my opinion, isn't smart, because you do miss out on upside. And yes, you should be looking to be in always the best performing asset. You could argue there might be another best performing asset after this bear market, but you know, which one that will be, you don't know.
It will be Pulsechain, of course.
Probably. Even if Ethereum worked out all of their shit, which, you know, unlikely, it's not gonna be performing better than some of the tokens on it, ironically. It's gonna do really well, but in terms of X's you can do, nope.
Man, you know, I'm starting to be a little bit more humble here, you know. I think I just stopped dreaming about, like 1000x and something like this. I'm just targeting like maybe 30x or or 50x. I think it's time to low down a little bit the standards, man. In my point of view, I mean, I'm doing that right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it. Yeah.
Well, you can argue that for a coin that's gone through 2 or 3 extended bear markets, I would agree with that sentiment, but there could be a new asset, right? Like you said, your penny stock version in crypto, I guess, that would do another 10,000. Who the fuck knows? I don't know the future. I don't have a crystal ball, but if that happens, I'll try to be there.
I'll be picking up pennies in front of a freight train if there's money to be made.
My story, man. I used to buy. When I was a teenager, I used to buy I used to buy drugs in the deep web, and I bought Bitcoin, in 2014 and so on, and then I was in 2017, went up, and went down, and a little bit of money, not much. My favorite YouTuber at that time, 2017, was Richard Hart. This guy was unbelievable, honest and good and clear, and he was the best. He was the best. But, I lost faith in 2018, right, after the crash. I was young and naive and stupid. I just wonder, man, how would be like my life if I would have stayed and just follow the guy, man. He was the best one. I remember just to put $500 or $1,000 in HEX, man. I mean, my life will be completely different right now. But I lost faith, and I'm not losing faith again. I'm losing
I
faith
know
something bad.
that's why I tried to call you out a couple of times, because look, would you have had this sentiment at the top in the last bull run? Be honest with yourself. I don't think you can honestly say that. So, because I'm only having these kind of discussions with people in the deepest pits of a bear market, and that's very telling for me. Nobody wants to listen to the naysayers when everything's green and at the top of the fucking charts. But that's who Richard is. He's the one who's calling the bottoms, or the reversal, or the whatever, the next bear market, when everything has reached pretty much the top. Nobody wants to hear that kind of shit.
Oh yeah,
Doesn't
man.
mean it's not true. The same goes the other way around.
Yeah, but you're right. You're right. I mean, I think you're right. It's it's a little bit playing with fire. It's why we don't have to bet the farm. But yeah, you have your point there. I mean, we're going back up. And we have the best community, and we have the most honest founder, and we just believe, and it's going to be all right. I hope so.
Just a quick shout out for a couple of the people who want to be unmuted: Illuminati and Casual Crypt. If there's anyone to unmute them, Profex or
And man, I think I'm
or
gonna start DCA right now, even though I don't think this is the bottom. Where is your target, man? Where is your target for
I'm
the
not giving any financial advice here.
No, just yours. I mean, I'm not gonna copy you, but you guys, you have maybe a target,
Look,
20.
you need to remove emotions out of
Yeah,
trading
but
or buying. That is
If you go to
one
Richard's
thing that you got
call,
to do before you do anything.
if you go to Richard's calls Telegram, he posted something there at about an hour ago. If you look in the links that are on that, it'll show you some of what they think where the price will go, and this is coming from Richard, so it's information from him. So check that out on the Richard's calls page. I think he posted it to his Twitter page as well. Something about Hex reaching $1, but there's some links in there to gov.capital that has price predictions for Hex on it.
So,
And
so
before you
here's my
buy
2
anything,
cents.
always remove.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, always remove emotions. You know, always look at it and say, okay, if I'm going to be 90% down, am I going to hate myself for doing it? Am I going to do this? Am I going to do that? Because emotions wreck you. It's not trading that wrecks you, it's the emotions. You're like, people start hating on things because it's down, even though they know that it can go down. You know, just because you picked the wrong one, or you backed the wrong horse. Just remove emotions out of it. If you know you believe in the product, you don't care if it goes down 90% because you believe in the product. Regardless, one day eventually will go up and it'll go beyond. Because what will happen, say, for example, the people who bought in at 50 cents or 30 cents, when it gets back to that price range, they might sell. And then they're going to kick themselves when it goes above, or if it goes above, and it goes higher. Because of the emotion, oh, I'm back in green, I'm taking it. Rather than they stop believing in the product and then they start selling, right? Buy things that you believe in.
If you believe in the product, you'd be staked and you couldn't sell. I mean,
I'm
you could,
talking
but you'd be
about
less
anything in
inclined.
general. I'm talking about anything in general. Whether you bought Bitcoin, Ethereum,
Right,
there's
right,
tokens
yeah.
to buy and hold. You need Ethereum for gas. Bitcoin's it's the first one to come out. Like there's some things that you want to hold.
So
Just
for the
believe in
things
it.
that you want to hold, you have a fundamental belief, right? You have a fundamental understanding of the product, the thing that you got. And if you made that decision in a bull market, great, good for you. But if you change your mind based on the price, then something's wrong with you, not the asset itself. I mean, sure, it's going down, but so is everything else. But if you get into it in a bear market, that's why it's so good to launch in a bear market, right? That's the argument Richard's been making, because people don't have any false expectations, sort of, because it's already in the worst possible time you can get in, and there's no longer that argument then 6 months, 12 months later, like, oh well, it's all gone down. Well, it was down already. We're already fucking down. So the fundamentals haven't changed about Hex, that's for sure. For other coins, they might appear out of nowhere, who knows? But the fundamentals haven't changed. So if you got in for the right reasons, you're good.
So, are you more bullish on Hex or on PulseX or on Pulse? Let's say in a time frame of 2 or 3 years. Where do you see the most
Versus
growth
what?
versus those three things? Those two things compared, like price war. You think which one of them will perform better in the next, let's say, 3 years?
Well, from the bottom, meaning like from literally day one, I guess.
No, from now. Let's say if
now.
Pulse is launched, if Pulse launched tomorrow, which one would say will be performed the best?
So just because I like to play with real numbers or fake numbers, whatever. So let's assume I have 1,000 hex now, and 1,000 PulseX and 1,000 Pulse. Obviously, for Pulse and PulseX doesn't exist yet, but the moment it does come out, which one of the three will I get the highest return on
Yeah.
from now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over a course of 2 to 3 years. What exactly? Like 3 years exactly? So 2025, June 2025. Probably Pulse, in my opinion. Because like you said, right? I mean, Hex is already on the market for 2.5 years. It's already had a 10,000x. Not saying it's not possible to do again, but with every cycle, the x's decrease and it may take longer and so on. But with something new and shiny, and if it does, solve the issues that it's saying it does, then the upward potential is so much higher, in my opinion. Especially if it launches in a bear market. But that's also just my humble opinion.
And do you see like the same amount of people leaving crypto compared? Because for me, it's like
Leaving?
yeah, it's like I was not present in
I
the
don't
last
know
bear
anyone
market.
leaving crypto, bro. I know people getting in.
Yeah, that's the thing, that I was in 2010. I was fought out, and then came back in 2021, but I don't know. I don't know if this happening right now. Like, is people
I've
leaving
never left
crypto? Or
since
is
2016. Not once. You know how you
What
do
made you
that?
come back?
You don't sell your ass when you're in a bear. You hold.
I was going to say, what made you come back in 2021?
Richard Hard, man, Richard Hard, but my question is easy, it's like, I don't know, because I was not in the best bear market. It was only 2018 and 19, but I think this bear market was a little bit colder. I don't know if you can compare it with this one. I think I see more people like onboarding. I don't see much people. It's just like disappearing. No, it's like people continue hooked to the market. But it's just my assumption.
Right. So the rate of leaving, I don't know. I've never understood why people do that in the first place. But the rate of joining, I can kind of understand. It takes a long time to understand DeFi, in my opinion. So I've been spending probably 1 to 2 years talking to some of my friends about DeFi and some of the tokens in it and the staking mechanics and so on. And it took this long for them to understand a bit more and follow it. And now they're ready to enter. And actually, it's a smart move because, some of them come from traditional finance and they understand this is a much better time to enter.
So do you mean the smart people is now entering and the dumb
Yes.
people was entering when I was entering back in 2021 when everyone
That's
was like
usually how that
crazy?
goes. Yeah. Well,
Okay,
I don't want
so
to. Sorry, that it sounds judgmental, so I don't want to say smart, but I mean experienced. Anyone who's ever invested into any kind of asset understands this, I think.
Most people join or get into a crypto market in a bull market, right? Or when the and then it just turns bear. Sorry, it just turns bear. But it's not a bad thing if you know how to control yourself. Once again, you remove the emotions. You're in, and now deal with it. Like you dollar cost average in, you buy on the low. So many people here were here in 2017. So many people were flooded out, and they returned back in 2021. You're not the only person. I've heard this story over and over and over again, right? So what they learned is, okay, this time I'm going to stay, regardless of what happens. There are some people who stayed and
It's a
were stubborn.
patience problem, I think. It's emotion and patience problem. Like, you need to increase your time frames. I don't know, like a lot of the people that I notice that are exiting and then coming back, a lot of them do trading, which is of course not recommended. But if you have to do it, increase your time frames. Don't deal in weeks, months, deal in years.
Yeah, I've only been on the call here for like 15 minutes, but I've heard a lot of fear, right? Fear is an emotion. And these guys are telling you the same thing. And the other saying that I heard was, well, I'm not going to bet the farm on it. And I understand that, but what would you bet the farm on at this point? Nothing, right?
Shouldn't bet
So
your
I mean
farm.
that's kind of a straw man. That's a straw man argument. So you go in here level-headed, you take your emotion out of it, and I haven't heard anything that has changed my outlook on what's going to happen in the next year, 2, 5, and 10 from what I've been listening to in the past 15 minutes. That we're just talking you off a ledge that doesn't exist.
So do you think that during the last bear market, the level of thought regarding regulation was the same compared to this time?
My
Now in
opinion was
2022,
worse.
it was worse. Okay.
But I
Yeah,
took it
probably
less
worse because
serious
right
than
now it's
now. So, sorry, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
well. My thoughts on that are, okay, you've got a KYC with every centralized exchange. When you want to convert your crypto to cash, you have to do that. You have to pay your taxes. You are already regulated. So, I mean, they're not going to come pounding on my door and saying, "Give me your ledger." I don't understand what more regulations is. I don't live in fear. That's the one difference I think between you and I. You look at things and you say, okay, this is what I'm investing in. It's fairly unregulated at this point, but if you want to you want to off ramp into fiat, they're gonna know who you are and where you live and your bank account, et cetera. You kind of get over it and you move forward. You pay your taxes like any other investment.
There are people who don't invest unless it's regulated. So the KYC and people feel more comfortable doing so. It gives people confidence. Is it a bad thing? Is it a good thing? Depends on how you look at it. But some people might start investing because it looks more legit. It feels more legit. You might not like it. I might not like it, but it's going to get more investors. Then the price goes up. If the price goes up because of regulations, I'll take it. Depends on how you look at it. They obviously can go down. A fear. You can't buy crypto or whatever the case may be. There's other factors as well. But I'm just saying that in general, depending on how you look at it.
There's also only so much regulation that can happen. I mean, the reason why the last couple of times, in my view, the regulation news were worse or more was just because there wasn't that much yet. I mean, KYC already existed, but some others didn't. And what more do we expect in the coming years? I mean, we had the China ban cycles a couple years ago. I mean, I didn't take them as serious, but they were funny to watch because every couple of months it would be another like, oh, China's banning Bitcoin or banning mining or whatever. It was hilarious.
How many times have they banned Bitcoin?
So no, there's a website that tracks how many times China has banned Bitcoin or tried to ban it, and then banning mining. Like it's just a funny meme to me.
Yeah. And then the market tanks a bit, and then it bounces back up. It's typical.
Yeah.
For all you who have been here from the beginning or early stages with Hex, do you feel that the lower sentiments are higher now than it was before regarding having trust in this project?
I feel that there was more FUD about scam back in the day. So I would say in the first, well, wouldn't call it a bear market, but in the first big dump, there was all this like, oh, I told you so, it's a big old scam and this kind of stuff. This time it's less, but I feel the people are a bit more, they're not focused on the scam aspect so much, but they don't believe that the thing is designed to do, it's not going to do what it's designed to do, even though they believed it at the top. So, you know, what's changed? Smart contracts still exactly the same.
Also, there's a lot more people in Hex. So
yeah,
and there's and they're usually typical the new, or there's probably a lot of new investors who got in at the top or got in, you know, above 25 cents. And I understand, you know, that emotionally it's not good when your account's red. But you just gotta think of it like I always tell people: just remove emotions out of everything in life. Remove emotions. Look at what you're doing, work-wise, whatever it is, and then deal with it if you're having problems or if you're not liking the situation.
well, one other observation is that Richard did say over the years, or 2 years ago anyway, stake to save yourself, you know, to save yourself from your own weak hands. And you know, that was a theoretical statement for me back then, but now I see maybe a bit of the practice, because I see a bit of anger and a bit of frustration. But I'm wondering, you know, where does that come from? Because you can just get out and probably you're still sort of in the plus, I would say, if you bought more than a year ago. If not, then you have to wait and be patient. But if you did, just cut your losses and get the fuck out. But I feel like maybe some people can't because they're staked. So in a way, the whole thing makes sense to me now. Like the paper hands can't sell. Well, there is still plenty of liquid hex. Obviously, there's only what 9.6% staked overall, but still.
But I didn't get into Hex early. I got like mid range, bought some more at the top. But I understood, and I watched Richard Hart's videos, and he said that Hex will get dumped over and over and over again. And he didn't say this 1 year in. He didn't say this, um, you know, when I was 2 years in. I actually watched the video 6 days in, and he explained that Hex will get dumped and it'll come back up again. 6 days in of Hex. I don't know. I haven't watched any previous ones or videos of him, but I know it was 6 days in, and he said that Hex will dump over and over again and it'll go back up. He knew this was going to happen, and he explained it will happen.
Right? He said 85, 90%. I mean, we're slightly over 90, but it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Maybe the new money is waiting just for the new shiny thing, and they just don't want to jump in Hex. Okay, at least it's. Or they're waiting for Pulse maybe, and or they're waiting for Hex when reach 1 cent or something like that, and they do the big price.
Yeah,
but I
that's
think they're waiting for Pulse.
Thing you said today.
Pulse has a big
That
play in it for sure, 100%. Sorry, Dave.
So is anyone actually surprised that Hex has this massive long-term correction? I mean, just think about how much profit is already built in, and even at these levels, right? There's people that are up 1,000x or
yeah,
more,
people are
or
gonna take
more.
some profits.
So what is a 90% dip to some at 800x to others?
The only concern I would have is that it will just take longer and longer in the future because with such low liquidity, you know, everyone being able to take some profits here and there will just take a lot longer.
I think Pulsechain kind of fixes some of that if it gets paired with Pulse or Hex and Hex. You'll see a lot more liquidity, so you'll probably see less dumps and less price appreciation like you have previously, but it will move sideways a lot more. Where being staked is probably your best bet of making a profit.
Yeah, that's pretty much a no-brainer.
So Toby, are you an OG?
Day one hexagon, yes.
So you retired, man?
No, not retired, but I'm doing a different job now than before, one that I enjoy.
I
Congratulations.
think I remember the story.
I will never stop working. At least that's I told myself, because I will feel useless if I just retire and sit on a boat.
So what is the job you're doing now for hobby? Can sorry to ask. Can I ask?
Well, I like it's a bit boring. I like analytics, so I work in that field, which helps because I like to look at charts on my free time as well. So trying to combine that with blockchain now as well, since there's a lot of blockchain analysis tools.
So are you still bullish at dollar, Toby?
Bullish on dollar, US dollar?
Yeah.
Not particularly, no.
I think you meant a dollar hex. I'm not sure.
I'm not some kind of whale, man. Like I don't deal in that.
I've just been charting the dollar index recently. It looks like, to me, it looks like it's topping out.
Richard also said that if you think 10,000x is much, then you haven't seen what it can do in the future.
Well, if X goes to 1 cent, it can do 10,000x and go back to 50 cents.
I mean, one of the things I'm trying to figure out is coming up with better hex KPIs, so to speak, so better indicators to determine its health in the long term and short term. And I guess one of those would be to just see the rate of adoption. And if it's better or equal to what, like 3-4% per year, then I think we're good. If it's less than that, yeah, go ahead.
But sorry to interrupt, but I saw the chart. I think, if I recall, it was a little bit bad for Hex during the last. If I don't recall wrong, it was like during the last 4 months or 5 months, it was like flat. The adoption.
Yeah, during the bear market, the adoption is going to be shitty, I guess. But then it picks up exponentially during the bull. So I guess in the end, what matters is the average per year, right? Just like average per year revenue or yield matters more than temporary couple months.
I don't think this bear market will last longer than half a year.
Who knows? Somebody said that Richard called what Bitcoin 20K, and he's waiting for that or something. I'm not actually sure what his call was, so someone could.
His call was 11K.
11K. Well, I don't think it's gonna happen in this. If we can call this a bear market, I don't think it's gonna happen in this particular cycle, but it could, of course, go down there. Yeah. Who
Well,
knows
in
when,
his
though?
edge, it's possible.
So, what are your thoughts on, debate Richard had with Eric, and the statement that he said regarding if you sold your ETH and made like 40x. Remember that statement? So people were understanding it as if he will just, not him or the OA will probably buy into Hex in order for it to pump it.
That's what it sounded like he was alluding to. Pretty obvious, really.
Well, I swapped 10 of my Ether for X at 13 cents per X. See where I am now.
Well, yes, I think you're still good in the long term, but don't know what kind of degenerate short-term trading you do in the meantime.
I know I'm good for the long term, and I'm a long-term player, so I'm just trust me. I'm barely concerned about it. I'm experienced enough to know it was natural to happen. I just like to be, like I like when he brags about that Bitcoin's crashing 80%, X is outperforming Bitcoin. And now we see this. And now we see this when I myself have my money in it. Makes
Well,
legitimates
to
legitimates
DCA down. DCA down.
legitimates
Don't
me
make one big purchase.
legitimates me to be angry in this chat. But just
Well,
this,
I
I'm
don't
not.
think it. No, no. Your actions legitimate you to be angry at yourself. Let's be clear on that. Like, nobody else is responsible for your actions. This
You're
is
right.
a smart contract. You can do with it what you want. You can buy, you can sell when you want, you can stake, you can end stake when you want. These are your choices,
Right,
nobody
but I
else's.
I was stupid. I was stupid to believe in Richard. That's it.
That's
So
okay.
yes, you are right.
That's fine.
I was
So,
stupid to believe in Richard.
no,
I will not.
you're using emotion again rather
This
than
thing.
logic. So wait it out. The moving average, like the 21 weekly moving average is what, like 14, 16 cents. So you bought below that. It's definitely going to
Imagine.
cross above that again. So if you want to cut your losses, wait till 16 cents, sell, and you're still good. And you can unstress yourself and never have to look
That's
back.
fine. No, that's fine. I don't concern, but I know this thing is going back to 13 cents and above. Don't worry, I'm fine with this. Imagine if I was stupid. I was stupid. Imagine if I was over stupid, selling my Bitcoin in order to try to catch it back at 11,000, and then it would never get there. Then I would be not stupid. Then I would be just a lost case, right? No, I'm not a lost case. So obviously, I don't dive into these Richard's fantasy because I know it's not going there.
Yeah, remember he's doing outrage marketing too.
Yeah, like you have to take some of the things he says with a grain of salt because they're aimed at different target groups as well. The some of the things that I like to listen to, like I on purpose don't listen to some of the interviews or some of the especially the monologues, not so much because I think they're not great quality or great quality content. But some of the technical talks I like because I learn something new. But I'm not a big fan of the price calls or the whatever, all these crystal ball things or the flexing. I'm not into it. Oh, just skip.
And Richard also said, I think it was during a conference, online conference with different hex profiles, that he said, yeah, I basically have a lot of money. I might throw around something like that. I don't know if you recall that.
I might throw a what?
He basically said that he has too much money now, and he might throw some money around. In other words, he might, yeah, you know.
Yeah,
Gonna
he's
come with a
Spend it on
dollar
trying
cars.
gun.
different things. He's trying
He could have
different
met.
things to market, potentially, is what he was saying.
But after that, he started buying cars and purses and shirts. And after that comment,
But
I think I remember it. But
but
that's when he started spending.
do we know if that money? Oh, sorry. Do we know if those cars came from? The OA's wallet.
No, because so far you can actually take a look at what it does, and it's not like dumping money into fiat from the looks of it. But I don't think he needs to, because he was a millionaire before that whole ordeal. And at the end of the
Yeah,
day, I mean, I personally don't care what he buys in his private time. Like, he can buy himself a jet, an island, whatever. Like, as long as he makes sure that the Pulsechain goes live, I don't give a shit. And even
That's all I
then, I
care
don't
about.
need to care because I didn't expect anything.
Just give me Pulsechain, mate.
Well,
Go
I
do
think
whatever you want.
it's fair to say that it's we shouldn't assume that Richard has just one wallet he's operating out of either.
Yeah.
If he's been in this game long, like we know he has, I'm almost certain he's probably operating off of multiple wallets that we have no idea whether it's attached to him or not.
He's been a public figure since 2011 or 12, I think, and has managed not to dox himself in terms of where he lives, at least. I mean, yeah, his real name is out and stuff, but that's a difficult task, and I'm sure he manages multiple wallets, obviously. I mean, most of us here manage multiple wallets, so I'm sure he's got his own thing figured out.
Yeah, exactly. So, you waste your time if you
Does
just try
anyone
to
want to
dox everybody
speculate where he
out.
lives? I like playing that.
London.
I
Oh,
say
bro,
Malta.
I'm gonna
I say
interrupt you.
Mars.
No, wait.
Estonia.
You don't gonna believe
He
this
lives.
shit, man. And you'll think I'm crazy. You'll think
He
you'll
lives
think
on
I'm
Mars.
no. Wait. I know where he lives, and please don't mute me because I fucking know, and you won't believe it, bro.
Well, then
I'm
don't
telling you.
say it here if you do know,
Okay.
because that's
No,
not
I don't know.
cool.
Look,
You don't
I'm
want to
telling
dox
you.
people.
I'm telling you. I have this friend. He's my best friend. Okay. He lives in Barcelona. He's from Barcelona, and he has his other friend. They both are engineers. The guy. And my friend don't go out that much. The other guy goes out, and he has this thing that he goes and pick up girls in the street. You just go there and talk to them. They say, "Hey, hello, how are you?" The guy's good looking. It's like 190, like it's a big guy. He always get the girl. And then my friend is a little bit more shy. He said, "Okay, I'm gonna go with you this night." So they went out, and then they pick up a girl. They saw a girl in the street, like a blonde girl, and then they say, "Hey, how are you? How are you? Is everything fine in Barcelona? In Las Ramblas, everything cool?" Then they say, "No, let's go and eat something." And then they went eat something, and then they start talking about crypto. And my friend talk about hex. And then the girl, it was like 20-year-old girl, said, "Hex? Yes, I know hex." And they say, my friend, "Yeah, why?" It's like this dark coin nobody knows. She said, "Yes, I know. I know Richard Hart." And my friend said, like, "What? Really? It's impossible." And yeah, I know him in person. And my best friend, the friend of the girl, the best friend of the girl, my best friend is now a stripper, and she, when we were in college 3 years ago, she used to date him, you know, and then I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but okay, I'm gonna tell the fuck up. Then they say yeah, and we went to his place, and I had to wait them because they were up, but we were in this game room. He has like a huge video game room, like it's huge, and I was waiting there, and they were up, and they were having this life there, and but then he eventually just went forward, and then the girl, got used to the money, and then she started doing stripping, um this girl was from Finland. Yes. So I think
Keep it on long enough.
yeah. I
Did he
think
fuck her? Did he fuck her?
no, man. No. She didn't fuck my friend. She didn't fuck the girl. The guys met. She fucked the friend of the girl. They were fucking like they were like a kind of like
Can you
were
guys watch your
dating
mouth?
or something. But
This is why we
but
can't
they
have women in the chat.
what?
Can you guys watch your mouth?
He said, "Watch your mouth, bro."
Yeah.
What the fuck? Watch my mouth, bro. I'm just telling you a story. Fuck, you gonna chop my mouth or what the fuck, bro? Like, no, you or what?
Stop swearing.
Is women in the chat, and we don't want to be disrespectful. That's all.
He's on a 5-minute timeout now. I'm not gonna carry on cursing and screaming over you.
Not
Nice.
in the club. We are not in the club.
Yeah, so JC, you're muted right now. You're gonna have to wait 5 minutes, so until you could calm down a bit.
That story was garbage anyway. Let's go back to what we were talking about earlier.
Thanks for that. Yeah, anybody want to be unmuted? Raise your hand right now. Get the conversation going.
So how high is the possibility that he, either he or the OA, put some more money in this project?
Yeah, there's no expectations for this project. Captain Jack Sparrow, do you have a question? Hey, Captain Jack Sparrow, you had your hand raised. You have a question?
Just wanted to be unmuted, sir.
All right.
Yeah, I feel bad for the admin here, man. This guy's going through hell, bro, for real. With all these motherfuckers in here.
ROI, your hand is raised. Do you have a question?
When was the last live stream for Richard?
Individual stream, like a singular one. He hasn't done one in a while, but he did a couple of interviews with some ladies. You can go check that out.
Okay, cool. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem, man. Cypher, you have a question?
The Eric debate was good.
Hey man, I'm getting we're getting copies of our ERC20 tokens, right?
Yes, sir.
What does copy mean?
It means that you'll have HEX on Pulse and on Ethereum.
Well, what ERC20 are you trying to bring over?
Well, I sold everything for Pulse, but there was one token I wanted. It's just, and then, because I can't explain shit properly, they don't want nothing to do with Pulse. Everyone thinks it's a scam still. You know, you can send them as much information as you guys put out there, and they just don't care. What do you
Yeah,
say?
but
What do you
what?
say
Yeah,
to people like that?
I would stop talking to him. So what ERC20 you trying to bring over? You just want to make sure that it has value. Some tokens might not have value at all. You know, it depends. Depends on the community and what they want to do and bring it over.
I'm hoping that they actually hate it so much that everyone dumps their PRC20 token, whatever that one is, and I'm going to grab some of it. Hopefully, that all works out. How could they? How could a dev team like literally just hate on a cheaper version? The only thing I could see is the doubling of the token and having to deal with that.
It's not actually something they would have to really deal with, I guess. They can just ignore it. Unless, of course, yeah, they reach like mass adoption on the other chain, on Pulse, versus Ethereum, and then they can't ignore it anymore. In which case it's good, right? Then it's good for both. It's a win-win.
Yeah.
When the money's on Pulse, and it's sitting there, ready for people to build, they'll come running. They don't care if it's Richard Hart. They don't care who it is, as long as there's money there. You think people care because it's Vitalik? Or they care because Binance and CZ, whatever his name is? They don't care who it is. They just go where the money is, or where they think they're going to make the best profits. Why are people still building on Ethereum if the gas fees are still too high? The money is still there. That's all they care about. So when the money is on Pulsechain, they'll come here. And they don't care who builds it.
But there's going to be some tokens on Ethereum that are going to hold value. That's not going to hold value over on Pulsechain. You know, you're going to get, it might be adopted over there. So if you get P Thor or whatever, right? You go over there to P Thor, it ain't going to have no value on Pulsechain. So the community needs to come over and, you know what I mean? Blend them two together to make a value on a pair. But it might be on Pulsechain P Thor, but it's not going to have any value because nobody's going to buy it. So Ethereum might still have some value too, as long as, so there has to be adoption. Other people need to come over from Ethereum that are on Thorchain, bring it over to P Thor. That's what I'm thinking. That that's how it goes.
Yeah.
But
the one that I'm maybe want again. I don't know if I want it again. Right? It's not. It's like it's not just going to be an ERC20 token. It's one of the ones that are doing their own blockchain, like ES.io fork or something like that. Like, what do you say to those people that they think they're going to have the fee problem licked on their side anyway?
You can only point them in the good direction of great technology, and it's, that's only time will tell, right? So people that have cheaper options right now for other chains is because that's where they're at right now. We could point them in the direction of all the attributes that are coming over, and then explain why the benefits of the platform is going to be beneficial to their bottom line, and then try to get main adoption from there.
I agree on that.
It's not really targeted at those on other blockchains. Like, it's primarily Ethereum.
Would you guys say that like Pulsechain is like trying to bring all the communities together, and if we could bring over communities on Ethereum that are doing, amazing, and bring them over to Pulsechain, so it's kind of like an adoption of communities more than adoption of coins.
Yeah, but how many of them are going to be broken and like just not be able to work? I think there's going to be half and half, where there's also going to be a great new platform for people to build on and build new tokens. I think that's going to outweigh maybe some of the other communities trying to come over and realizing it's broken, or just being maxis in their own world and just recognizing that it was broken and kind of feel bitter about it.
Yeah, I agree on that too.
I was going to say most tokens are going to be broken.
Yeah, like
they're
what
going to build a new project.
I remember someone was saying that any token, and this is above my pay grade, but doesn't the S-load function have something to do with it? Or like in the case of like Chainlink, like the way that their Oracle nodes are set up, like that just won't come over, so that won't work.
Oracles, yeah, it's just anything that's immutable, and sorry, not anything that's immutable. Sorry, anything that needs an oracle and immutable can't be changed. So therefore, that's broken. So they've got to rebuild the new token, get an oracle, and so on and so forth. If they were getting their protocols from somewhere that's no longer there, then it can't work anymore on Pulsechain. There are some things that are immutable. For example, there could be an immutable contract where they have to change something because of what the code is saying, and they can't get into it and change it. So they just got to start a new project. That's all it is.
That is a strategy, or that's just the way that it is? Do you think there's a bit of just the way it is?
Yeah, that's just the way it is.
Yo, can you
On the other
imagine
hand,
all the new coins that are going to be built on Pulsechain though?
I was just gonna mention
Like
this
all
because a lot
coins.
of projects died on Ethereum because of the business model maybe being microtransactions, or in general just fees being too high for a project where mass adoption depends on smaller sizes of transactions, and that just doesn't work on Ethereum, or not anymore anyway. So those could be revived, and I think there was a bunch of those, or new ones indeed popping up. Yeah.
We are going to be blessed. 10,000x at least.
Anybody that's interested, they just reached a verdict in the Johnny Depp trial. It's going to be read live at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S.
What?
Okay, cool.
I think you said you're going to be rich, boy.
You're saying a 10,000x?
Richer than you think, boy.
I'm gonna say 2,500 first year.
It all depends on liquidity pools and how much adoption. Price goes up depending on size of liquidity and how much people buy. So,
Does anybody know if
that's where the
Pulsechain is going to be on exchanges at all?
there have been hints that'll be on exchange. How soon? I don't know.
If it goes on exchanges, bro, it's over. As long as it's not gate kept like Hex was.
It's a lot harder to gatekeep it like Hex was. A lot harder. It's a blockchain with it's Pulse is the gas token and whatnot. So it's a lot harder to sit there and just gatekeep something like that, something that big. Like Hex, they may not have understood Hex, and that's probably why it was gatekept. And obviously Richard Hart and what he said, but when it's a blockchain and things like that, it'd be very, very hard to gatekeep it.
I went into work yesterday. This kid was working on the machine. He was like, "Yo, bro, come here." And I was like, "What's up?" He's like, "You know anything about Bitcoin or Ethereum?" I said, "Yeah, I know a little bit about it. I said, "What's up?" He said, "Well, I'm invested in the Bitcoin and Ethereum." I said, "Well, how much are you putting in?" And he goes, "I'm putting in like, I don't know, $200, $300 every 2 weeks, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Well, why don't you keep that $300? Keep it in a stable coin or buy Hex." It depends if you want to buy Hex. The price might go up or it might go down. You might lose money. It depends on if you want to lose money and hold and if you're emotionally stable. But I think that you should do the stable coins and then go back into Pulsechain. He's like, "No, I'm not doing that, man. Bitcoin, Ethereum is a shit, da 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 da." I'm like, all right, this is a guy that I can't talk to. This is a person that doesn't like new, it's really hard sometimes, bro, to get people to really believe shit besides those two. So hopefully Pulsechain, everybody can believe in that here in the next 3 years and say,
a lot of these fucking guys, these Bitcoiners that create these so many narratives, right? The narratives just spin left and right, up, down, left, right. But it's like they've created this shitcoin altcoin narrative where like anything but BTC is just a shitcoin. So like if you're gonna be taking a risky move and just getting into crypto in general, and then you're following people and you're following someone on YouTube and you're looking up things on Bitcoin and Ethereum because that's all you know, and all they're saying is everything else is a shitcoin. Like you're going to start to believe that narrative unless you actually know how the blockchain works. I had OpenSea posted something because they're really trying to push Solana. So they're like, "Are you ready for Solana summer?" And I just shit on these guys all day. Any of these VCs that come through and try to like act like they're cool with the culture, I just dunk on them. But I was just like, "I'm ready for Pulsechain summer, yada yada yada." And then there's this one Bored Ape who was like, "How come you're the only Bored Ape that knows about this or is talking about it?" I'm like, I'm the only one that actually probably knows how the blockchain works in this community. I mean, it's like 90% of these people just like they don't care and they're either here to circle jerk or like be part of like the meme culture, or they're just not interested and they're not going to do like the hard research to know how things actually operate. But they'll be caught up in the noise in the retail and they'll end up getting pushed out of positions and doing silly things that maybe make them rich in the short term, but not investment advice worthy. But once it's the up and to the right, shiny new thing, people are gonna get into it. And they'll be chasing.
so what are you guys going to do at launch? Are you guys putting in a 50% and then holding 50% for the dip? Or are you guys buying all the way in as soon as you bridge your stable coins or wrapped Hex over to the Pulsechain network and you're going to buy right away off the rip, or you're going to wait for the dip after the first week?
Personally, my bags are pretty much packed. I mean, I got in on Saks. I don't like volatility, and I definitely don't like buying things with that many zeros. I just don't know. I've never really done it, so I don't really know how to calculate those things psychologically. So I'm just gonna watch and get my copies and wait until there's more indicators or smarter people that can, after we kind of talk about it and kind of have a better consensus on what, where, and what and why. Like 50% drops, 100% drops at those levels are probably going to be the norm. So like, how do you time something, or timing a bomb anywhere is pretty ridiculous. So I think buying pre-fork is probably, or having your bag pre-fork and then have some dry powder, but it's going to be kind of crazy.
I get to the point where I'm just like, you know what, man, like if I buy in right when it drops, if it does like a 10x, 5x, 10x. I'm like, what if it doesn't dip as much as everybody thinks it does? And then I don't buy in right from the jump, and it just keeps up going up higher, and it doesn't fucking drop to an 80% drop, 85% drop, you know, and it only drops maybe 20%, which isn't a big drop. So you could ape right in, and then it could have went up. You know what I mean? Like, instead of waiting for the dip, what if the dip never comes as much as you think it's going to drop? So that's where I'm stuck at right now, plotting on, do I put, you know, the money right in as soon as it drops, or do I wait? But it, you know, it might not drop as much as people think it might, you know, except for the whales. They might drop, but you know they're gonna drop shit. They're gonna get that 10x, bro. It's, you know, if you're putting in $40 fucking million, you get a 10x on that. That's insane money. So I don't know. But listen, guys, I'm going to work, so y'all be safe, bro. Appreciate y'all, man. Stay safe.
Enjoy, brother. You guys think we'll launch Pulse by July? End of July or August? What do y'all think?
I want June. All he said in that tweet was not this month. He was fucking calling May. He was calling May. People were calling May. Like he was calling May. Like it can launch in June. It can launch in June.
June sounds good to me.
It'll be a good time when it launches.
Get this thing out, man. Like I know that we want it to be ready and done and perfect. Just for the love of God, like.
Hey, I'm not in any rush. I just wondered.
Sacked a year ago. Not even for the sack, but I'm just like, let's change the conversation. Let's change the narrative. You know, it's like let's get it out there.
Still getting multiple sacrifices a day for the Pulse chain, not the PulseX, but I'm looking at the contract now, and they're still getting multiple sacrifices a day for Pulse chain.
How much are they putting in?
Let me see.
That's crazy, dude.
Goes under the fucking launch price, then it's. Well, I guess they're getting crazy multiples.
I mean, it's pretty small.
How much is a point now?
The biggest one is like 1 ETH out of the last 10 to 12, but most of them are like 0.04, 0.02, 0.2. So a little bit under an ETH for like the last 10 to 15. But then there are a couple like 7 ETH, 8 ETH. So but still relatively small though. Multiples a day.
They just want the Genesis wallet or something.
I just want this damn war to end.
What are you talking about? Ukraine?
Yeah, it's very taxing on me personally because of my experiences in Eastern Europe and Russia.
I heard that it's actually not as bad as the media are saying. I don't know if that's true.
It's bad. I got family in Kiev.
So I heard like Russia are starting to gain ground.
Yeah, they're concentrating all their efforts in the east, but if the Ukrainians get lucky and get those MLRS systems, which are basically multiple launch long range rockets like the HIMARS system that we had in Afghanistan, they'll clean the Russians' clocks with those things.
I don't really see how they can compete with Russia.
Russia's running out of precision guided munitions and they have no microcircuitry backdoor to get them the stuff they need. And whatever China is or is not giving them is shit stuff that can be backdoored by our cyber people.
So this thing is not ending anytime soon. Sounds like.
Yeah, it's not going to end until people inside the Kremlin basically give Putin the rope. So there's a lot of shit that the media doesn't tell you. It'll become a real drag on the world economy as far as food supplies go because the Ukraine is probably number one or number two grain exporter. So there's going to be a lot of issues going into the winter.
Yeah, you mix inflation in with that. It's not good, is it?
Well, the inflation that we have going on stateside is because of all the money printing they did and all these stimulus packages from nowhere. And that's reversible. But as far as supply chain problems that have evolved because of bad decision making, those are reversible too. But you know, you got to play ball, and we are without a rudder.
I don't see how they can reverse the money printing, though. That's the thing. Because it's not like once it's printed, it's out there. You can't put it back.
They're already raising interest rates.
Yeah, but where does the money for interest come from? They just have to print more for the interest.
I have to let a little suffering sink in.
I mean, it's either you shut down the economy or you print more.
The biggest draw on the economy right now is the energy market and how it affects consumer costs.
Right. Super confidence is down right now.
You go 1 year, you're at $1.87 a gallon in the U.S. to $5, $6, $7 a gallon. It's, you know, shut down domestic production, whereas we were energy independent 2 years ago. So the answers are all right there, and it is that simple.
Yeah, I got direct connections to Kharkiv, Ukraine, so it's really bad.
Spent 3 years in the energy markets in between military service, and I can tell you that this stuff with the energy market right now is all artificial. I don't know if it's a push for this green energy fallacy or whatever, but you ain't gonna charge your car without coal or gas fired or fossil fuel fired power plants. That's for damn sure. There's just no capacity in solar.
Yeah, can you tell me why that they charge so much more for diesel? It's how it takes less refinery from diesel gas. It used to be you could buy gas.
Oh, yeah. The diesel price stateside was very cheap throughout the 70s, 80s, and most of the 90s. But, the green freaks got a hold of it and decided, we can't have people riding around in diesel cars getting 54 miles a gallon long before we had hybrids.
Right, they're just fleecing everything. Plus, they know that there's just yanking everybody's parts. Try to get
You must be mobile because your mic's cutting in or out. If you're in a car, your mic's spotty.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's better. It never hurts to have an economic discussion when the forum's slow. A lot of people, they don't really dig deeper into the crash of crypto. And there was actually an excellent front page article on the overall state of the crypto markets. It was on revolver.news yesterday. It's probably still up on the front page if you want to check it out. I don't know the industry analyst they were talking to offhand. It might have been sourced in the article, but it was pretty circumspect, and it basically gathered the thoughts of what everyone in this forum knows. It's here to stay, and despite the speed bumps and volatility, there's always going to be those constants. And I don't think, even with the crash of the crypto market, that we've fully undergone the kind of consolidation that ultimately brings stability, similar to what happened when the tech market and the internet bubble burst 20 years ago. But that'll happen. And if we get the utility out of HEX, Pulsechain, PulseX that we are confident in, then we should be amongst those consolidated ventures. Kind of quiet in here today.
A few more weeks should get more lively.
Yeah, just harken back to last spring, you know, in the 2 months prior to last July and the first sacrifice. That was some pretty speedy times.